Tere hommikust kõigile, kes on jõudnud kultuurikatlasse. Me ootame teid nüüd juba kõiki saali, et saaks alustada paari minuti pärast meie huvitava konverentsiga.
What you say, nothing in your brain. It's like she don't want please don't waste my time, I ain't got time. Don't care what you say, nothing in your brain looks like mine. Don't waste my time, please don't waste my time, I ain't got time. Don't care what you say, nothing in your brain looks like mine. Don't waste my time, please don't waste my time. Don't waste my time, please don't waste my time, I ain't got time.
Tere hommikust kõigile! Mina olen Sandra Ashilevi ja mul on suur rõõm täna juhatada siin esmakordselt võrdõigusvoliniku aastakonverentsi Mis värvi on võrdsus. Kui teil on tarvidus kõrvaklappide järgi, siis need saate te kohe sealt ukse juurest. Ütlen igaks juhuks ära, et kui valite kanal number 1, siis saate te eestikeelse teksti, number 2 pealt inglisekeelse teksti. Tahaksin siinkohal veel näidata, et meil on ka vaegnägijatele ajakava, kui selle järgi tekib vajadus. Täname omalt poolt kindlasti ka Austria suursaatkonda, kes on meile sel aastal siin rõõmsasti õla alla pannud. Tänase päeva jooksul, mis siis hakkab toimuma, inimesed peegeldavad sellist olulist küsimust, et miks üldse rääkida rassismist Eestis. Ja kindlasti olete te umbes sama põnevil kui mina. Ma väga ootan neid ettekandeid, neid raporteid ja eriraporti ettekandeid ja erinevaid paneeldiskussioone. Ma olen kindel, et sellest saab üks väga põnev hommikupoolik. Aga enne seda veel kutsuksin ma siia lavale Sissi Benita ning seejärel Dave Bentoni, kes jagavad oma lugusid.
Be sharing their stories.
Tere hommikust ka minu poolt.
Good morning from me.
Kui mind siia kutsuti,
when I was invited here,
mul olid väga kahetised tunded.
I had mixed feelings. I wasn't
mida
sure
jagada, kuidas jagada,
what to share,
kas jagada kõige karmimad olukordi, mis on füüsiline vägivald või emotsionaalne vägivald, vägivald,
mental violence,
või midagi muud ja kuidagi ma maandusin sellisele teemale nimega inglise keeles everyday racism. Igapäevane rassism, mis meid ümbritseb kogu aeg. See osa, mis on tegelikkuses kõige väsitavam. Sest et on üksik olukorrad, kus inimesed võivad olla otsemõne meeletult vastikud. Ja see on need igapäevaolukorrad. Need olukorrad, kus ma istun bussis.
The situations where I sit on a bus next to an older woman and they just keep staring at me. And then you stand up and and they get up and then they walk and get another seat. And it's the situation where people ask me, is my hair really like that? And when they asked where I'm from and I say, hi, in Estonian, I'm from here. But then they say, where are you actually from? I'm from Estonia. But your Estonian is, yes, because I'm from Estonian. So how on every corner I'm reminded that this is not my home. This is not the place where I belong. And I'm now at the place where I'm not even angry. But I've started to notice a pattern that what's often happening in society reflects what happens on an individual level. I don't really see racism as a separate issue. I see it as a symptom in a very deep problem, which means that people don't like themselves anymore. They're not in contact with themselves. They cannot accept differences, that you're different, so that we have light and shadows in us. And if someone reflects something else in them, then it triggers all the pain that people cannot accept. And what is the first reaction if they cannot regulate themselves? How to remove this trigger? Racism is one of the most obvious versions of it. There is someone taking up space that I'm too scared to take myself. How do I make it so that they would go away? And it also reflects that We have a society that feeds into that issue. Because how do people get to the point where they get the courage and the space to be violent, whether with their words or whether with their behavior, unless we have a space that feeds into it? If we don't have a space that sends a signal to people, that if we have a space that sends a signal saying this is okay, and we are part of this issue. I am part of the issue. I've grown up in a white society, and if I see someone who is very different, and then if I think of something that I've seen on the news, and then I have to check myself that I'm part of it. We are all part of it. And the reason why I didn't want to speak about the worst situation is that it's very easy to separate ourselves from it. If we see a violent situation, I say, I'm not violent, I'll remove myself from this issue, but we're all part of it, and we can be a problem and the solution. And if we can accept that, then we'll start taking steps, the right steps, when we admit this is our personal responsibility to our people, to be responsible for ourselves, to teach people how to see themselves. Maybe this will be a path of improvement. Thank you. Enjoy the day. And next, I would like to give the floor to Dave Benton.
Good morning. Racism, discrimination. I've been thinking quite a lot about this since I've been invited to take part in this. It's a big issue, and for me it's a serious issue. You don't want to just talk about it without paying attention what you're saying, because talking about it you can be insulting people too, and you have to be careful with it. So for me in Estonia, racial discrimination, you won't believe it, I can count it on one hand, maybe 2, 3 times, not more than that. I can remember that the year after winning the Eurovision, by the way, I won that. Yeah, hey. You can't forget that. So, the year after winning the Eurovision, I went and I applied for a permanent visa, because after 3 years and you have a family, you are allowed to do that. You are allowed to ask to admit for a permanent visa. And I remember coming there, I made an appointment. So I came there and I asked to talk with the director, and this lady looked at me, really from, no, go back in the queue, wait and take a number. Go like, what? I have an appointment. It doesn't matter, you go back in the queue. The first time I asked myself, why? Wait a second, watch your list, there's my name, I have an appointment. And it's the first time that I ask myself the question, why? Is it because I'm black you're treating me like this, or how is it? You know, and for God reasons, the director walked in and he saw me go like, Dave, what are you doing in the back of the queue? We have an appointment. I said, yes, but talk to your lady there. She didn't thought so. And he came back and he did something that I didn't want to do. He said to her, do you know who this gentleman is? Do you have an idea? No. Okay, let's explain it. Dave, come, let's go. After all that, I've been denied my permanent visa. And that is what I found. No, that's not okay. Now I started to think personal, that listen, after everything that I did in 1 year, going around Europe, representing Estonia, telling this, telling that, and all that, and on top of everything, winning the bloody Eurovision, you're telling me, no, I'm not getting my permanent visa after having everything correct to apply for it. Discrimination, bureaucracy, color discrimination. I thought, well, do I have to stay in this country? No, I don't have to. But I have a wife, I have 2 children, born in Estonia and everything, so I built my family and, nah, good. I'm not gonna stay like this, simple. So I went higher. So we reached the Minister of Culture at the time, Mrs. Signe Kivi, and she said, no, this is stupid. I want to dig into it, I want to know why. And with everything, I think in 1 weekend I got my visa, permanent. So something very, very fishy and everything, good. That was one. That's when I really, really felt, no, this is discrimination. Colored discrimination. Continuing my career, there was something said to me that caught my attention, like, and I realized, no, it has nothing to do with color. This is another type of discrimination. It's because you are different. You think different, you see things different, you handle things different. So, institutional-wise, it's not correct. What's been said to me at that time was, yes, but you're not Estonian. Oh. So I have to be Estonian to get this? I have to be Estonian to achieve this? What is the point? See, so you can be different, but if institutionally they don't accept that, that started another kind of discrimination. Because you're different. It's just now like if you're gay, if you're biased, if you're this, if you're that, they discriminate you. It's the same thing. You're different, they discriminate you. So, today, thanks God, I'm walking around happily carrying a title as an Estonian celebrity. But I did it all alone, and I always had to remember, you're not Estonian. So do it by yourself. How can we avoid this? By accepting one another. Nobody, no foreigner is coming to your country to invade you anymore. It doesn't happen anymore. And I can understand it certain way because you've been suppressed for many years. But that's in the past. So accept the people who are coming here because they're coming here to be who they are and nothing else. Racial discrimination, I'm going to make it very short. This is what I think about it. And I think that 2 little boys, age 6, age 7, taught me this lesson. I was waiting for my younger daughter, age 8 at that time at school, and parents were waiting in the gallery, in the hall. 2 boys playing, running around through everybody. One of them runs into me, bang, and he says, "My God, a nigger." And the other one, very, very fast behind him, go like, "That's not a nigger, stupid. That's Dave Benton." Thank you.
Aitäh, Dave, aitäh, Sissi.
Thank you, Dave and Sissi.
Teil on ka väiksed
Thank you.
meened. Ma loodan, et Sissi
We
saab ka
have
selle
some
õigeks
small
rääkida.
presents for you as well, and I hope you can, Sissi will also receive it. But let me look into something that Sissi also mentioned, what works for me or with me, since I've also experienced the same. I'm born here, I've studied here, I've grown up here in the white society, and every now and then when I see someone different on the street, for a second there, I step back maybe, and then you really have to
Sandra,
check yourself.
ole nüüd mõistlik, et sa nüüd
Like, Sandra, be
tegelikult saad aru.
reasonable. You understand that it's not a thought, a feeling that you should be thinking or feeling. But actually, when you grow up here, you kind of grow together with the racism, and it's also something that you have to work on a daily basis. So thank you, Sissi, for pointing that out, actually.
Siis meil on tänane
As you've understood,
eesti keeles, aga
our conversation here today will be mostly in Estonian, but some are also in
eesti, inglise, eesti suunal
English, but we have interpreters here,
olemas ka viipekeel.
and we also have sign language interpretation available,
Sellele konverentsile.
so everyone
Juba eelnevalt sai
everyone can access this conference. So as already mentioned, we are talking about equality and also about the special report put together recently. So volinik.ee, you can find the full report there. It's
teil tekib mõtteid,
very recent. And we also have participants online. If you want to share anything, please use the hashtag let's talk about equality,
lihtsam siis kõik need mõtted üles leida
because then,
ka ise võib-olla
so this is the hashtag to use, because then we can find all the comments and take the debate online.
turvalisema koosolemist.
Today, we also use the principles of being safe together. So if anyone feels that they could use more help, please don't hesitate to contact the staff of the Equality Commissioner. They should give us a wave. They are wearing black t-shirts, I think. So these are the members of staff to help you and assist you. A few more words about the administrative
Teaks täpselt,
part, so that you would feel at home. For example, know where the toilets are. So these are next to the main entrance, but also in the mid-floor. We have a coffee break and lunch served also outside the hall here.
üritus on
And the event
poolt salvestatav.
will be video recorded and photos will be taken here as well.
Üldse eesoot.
Now, a few words about what to expect from the day.
Kaks
So we have 2 panel discussions planned for us today,
siis huvitavaid ettekandeid nii eesti kui
and a number of fascinating presentations to look forward to. They will be presented by both Estonian and visitor
info kenasti kätte.
speakers.
Siinkohal ka
I also kindly ask all the presenters to explain what their slides are depicting, also the visual part of it. And Workshop is the application where you can find the information about today's event. But as said, today's event is built around the racial discrimination report by the Equality Commissioner. So we wanted to map the situation and to analyze the government's approach to racial discrimination. In Estonia, the 211 nationalities, ethnic backgrounds, and generally speaking, people say that they feel safe here. And even though diversity implies that we have a culturally diverse society, unfortunately, the mainstream is quite uniform. So there are people among us who inevitably experience this kind of uncomfortable way of being noticed in Estonia. So let's discuss about where we are on the work with anti-racism and what should be the next steps. But before we look into this special report, I'm honored to present to you the President of the Parliament of Estonia, Mr. Lauri Hussar, because the Estonian Parliament has a major role in making sure how the society respects diversity. So the floor is yours, Mr. Hussar.
Suur tänu, lugupeetud võrdõiguse volinik, austatud Austria Vabariigi suursaadik, ekstsellentsid, daamid ja härrad. Et lubage mul kõigepealt
Ambassador of the Austrian Republic, Your Excellencies. Now, let us all be congratulated on the Day of Equality, because in 1948, on December 10th, the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights was approved. And this is why we celebrate this day on December 10th. And this morning, I had a very grotesque reminder of equality, because on my way here I was listening to the radio and they gave us an overview about what's going on in the media in Russia, and there was a bit of news about the Equality Commissioner in Russia justifying why the Lublanka Square in Moscow should not have the statue for the victims of Stalinism. You might know that the FSB headquarters is also located on the same square. And what was the justification? Well, the person said that the statue is offensive towards the security officers' feelings, and it's quite shocking, especially on a day like today. What it tells us is that we have to work with human rights on a daily basis. And it's not only a problem for totalitarian regimes, it's a problem for the entire world, because in one way or another, every day we have to think about and stand for treating people equally, so that no one would be treated unfairly, so that we would all thrive and feel the way we want to feel, so that we would treat others the way we want to be treated ourselves, because we all want to be accepted by this world. And therefore, I am also very pleased that today's conference is focusing on such an important topic as racism. And the title, What Color is Equality? It was clearly justified already during these brief presentations this morning, because the topic of racism is not something that we should only talk and think about today, but on a daily basis. It takes courage, it takes action, and racism is not just a shadow of the past, it's a reality, today's reality for people around the globe, also here in Estonia, because people still face it on a daily basis. It splits the society in pieces, it stops the development of the society, and therefore our get-together here today makes a contribution. It pushes us to look further into this topic and to work on this so that in the future we would not hear the comments that were already referred to this morning on this stage. Things like, but you are different. Because we are all here in Estonia, we are Estonian people who live here, and therefore highlighting the differences is an aspect that might split the society. But it's done in a way that aims to highlight either the color, ethnicity, any other aspects of the person. So therefore we really have to work on this. And also a real life example, if you allow, something that really touched me. It's not very recent, but there was a mixed family, if you can say so. People, the parents are of different races, and the children started to experiencing from an early age how they are approached differently in the society. One of the children has lighter and the other one has darker skin. So even in the same school, they are treated differently. One often experiences injustice and prejudice. One has better grades than the other. So they are siblings from the same family, but the differences are still there in the eye of the society. For many people, it's something theoretical, it's just statistics, but for them, it's their everyday life. And what it tells us is that we need to fight racism. It's quite clear. And if we can do it, if we can change the attitude in the society, in education, in everyday lives, every aspect, then we've taken a huge step forward. And today's conference is a very good platform for good ideas, experiences, and thoughts about how to proceed so that we can be more inclusive, that we would be more tolerant. And any idea shared here today, any conversation is a small step in fighting discrimination and racism. Therefore, I very much appreciate the work of the organizers, and I also want to thank all the participants for being here to contribute to finding solutions. And I believe that together we can make the needed contribution so that everyone would feel equal in this world and that they are accepted no matter what the color of their skin is.
Suur aitäh Riigikogu esimehele härra Hussarile.
Thank you, Mr. Hussar, President of the Parliament of Estonia. Now, before we proceed with one of the most fascinating topics of today, I encourage those of you who sit in the back of the hall to come closer to the stage, because we have some free seats here. But now let's look into the findings of the special report. So what were the observations made? And for that, let me introduce Equality Commissioner in Estonia, Mr. Kristjan Veske. And we also have an expert on equal treatment and gender equality, Helen Bean. She has been for 20 years a lecturer, policy maker, and an expert. So I believe that we will have a very interesting debate. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, friends who have arrived this morning, as previous speakers have mentioned, I'm very glad that we have as many people here. And I would like to welcome you in the conference, What Color is Equality? Where we'll be discussing over issues that, or questions that are not often asked in Estonia, or for answers that are not being sought in Estonia. And there have been many occasions where I've been asked, why should we talk about racial discrimination in Estonia now? When on one side there isn't an issue, and on the other side there is a complicated geopolitical situation and a very dire economic situation. As an equality commissioner, my team's tasks is to highlight inequality issues that are hidden, perhaps topics that are not often discussed. And the reports should, in my assessment, show in what society we live in or what we are like. We are like mirrors, and they should also be formed so that they could help us carry on a discussion. So the current report indicated an interesting paradox that most people who answered the survey, they are familiar with attitudes towards the color of their skin, whether they've received inappropriate looks, they've received inappropriate comments, or they have been physically attacked. But the data we collected is only a small part of understanding what racial discrimination or being discriminated based on the color of your skin is in Estonia. And to understand it on a more thorough level, we need more thorough research. On the other side, the situation indeed is that we live in complicated times. We all know that there's a war in Ukraine. People are dying in the front line. And a lot of people's attention is on security and survival issues. Last week, I also visited Ukraine. I visited Kiev. And when I met my Kievs in the Ombudsman office, in the Ukrainian government, and also with NGOs and the police, I came to a thought, which means that equality is something that anchors the state of Ukraine into a normal world. And this is what we need to develop at current times, because these kind of human rights ensure peace in long term and stability in long term. And if we ignore racial discrimination, then this will lead to more seclusion, where we should be united. Wars and crises don't justify inequality or preconcepts. These, on the contrary, highlight the solidarity and need for these. In a situation of crisis, all people should feel that if they make an effort, then the country is behind them. Estonian historical experiences, as mentioned before, especially the impact of the occupation, has developed our national identity and attitude towards others. And unfortunately, what we need to look at is that the experiences are also shaping the opinion about others that can be simplified and stuck in stereotypes. The report that is now available online, and the English version hopefully will be available today includes 5 chapters where we look into the Estonian international obligations in this field, how Estonian media is covering racism or people with different color of their skin, and what are people's experiences in Estonia. And before I will give the floor over to Helen, I would like to highlight some important aspects that we found out during this work. One of the bigger thoughts or circumstances is that Estonia is taken on international obligations to prevent racism and to hinder the spread of xenophobia. And the European Union Anti-Racism Action Plan also came with many suggestions and recommendations for country, but as the report states, the situation is that these activities in Estonia have been fragmented and it's difficult to get a common overview. And I think this situation requires our attention because it's not just European Union recommendations. Here it should be up to the responsibility of the state of Estonia to its people, and developing the equality and the principle of equality is something that needs to be a common thread in the Estonian politics and political measures and in everyday life. And I also made my own first recommendation based on that in my assessment should be done. And that is that in order for us to have something structured, we need to prepare and enforce an internal racism action plan or to add it to another administrative structure. Secondly, from the ministry's feedback that we received for the report, reflected this inequality or fracturedness. And a very simple solution, it shouldn't be complicated in your own administrative areas or your own institutions, so that ministries would take even the simplest step from perhaps training their staff in this matter. And thirdly, various international organizations have indicated that our legislative framework, especially to do with the penal code and anything to do with hate speech, is not sufficient. The different organizations have highlighted this before, and this also has recommendations in our report that Estonia should quickly develop its legal framework regarding this. And the fourth issue, an important aspect that I covered at the beginning, is lack of data. So collecting data regarding how or what would give us a better view of on the extent of this issue in Estonia. And the last, which is important, and I was thinking whether I was going to add this to the report or not, but each activity requires funding. And I understand this, and we also understand in our institutions that the current budgetary situation is complicated, but at the same time I would like to emphasize that human rights defense and promotion cuts should be the last resort. A large part of the report is shared stories where people have felt discriminated. And these stories show that it's not something that happens somewhere else, where it happens around us and on a daily basis. And these stories make us understand that racism is not an unknown minorities issue. It affects everything, our trust towards each other, to the state, and the connectivity of the society. Dear audience, in order to get to a fair or a just society, we need to make steps the educational system must have empathy and tolerance, and not only to carry this theme, but to actually actively promote it in schools. Media needs to be responsible, and the government must use specific measures. But we can all contribute, starting from smaller steps. The words that we use to describe other people, the stances, whether we're open if people come to talk to us or whether we exclude them and withdraw into our little cocoon, and also to learn from others' experiences. But if we come back to summarize, back to the question why in a difficult situation we should focus on the prevention of racism and xenophobia, I would like to add another idea that I heard from Ukraine. Without freedom, there is no equality, and without equality, there is no freedom. Thank you for being here today and are joining in this discussion. Your presence shows that people care and people wish to move towards a more connected Estonia. And I will now give the floor to Helen, who will be talking about a survey that was one of the foundations of the report. Thank you.
Tere ja aitäh,
Thank you, Christian. Perhaps I'll specify, I'm not only talking about the survey, but I will be also adding ideas that we had from the interviews. But I will tell you what we did in Sivata, Estonia. We had a wonderful opportunity and also a challenge to conduct this survey that the Commissioner's Office wanted us to prepare. The situation in Estonia is that we have a more diverse society. We've been quite homogeneous society for a long time. We haven't had many contact with other cultures, with different types of people who look different perhaps. But more and more, there are different people working in Estonia who have integrated into the society, wish to live here and have their families here. But in order to understand whether this group is doing well, how they are, if they have any concerns, or if there's anything we can do for them, we need data. But today we have no data. We don't know how many people we have in this target group. We can only have a remote data to presume perhaps there's 15, 16,000. And we also don't have any administrative or data or statistics regarding what is happening, with whom it's happening, and whether something's happening in the first place. And the objective of this survey was twofold. We wanted to map the situation that the people living here in Estonia with different color of skin who live here, how many of them have had experience with violence, discrimination, and how many of them associated with looking different, or their beliefs or skin of color is different than the average population. And secondly, we also wanted to understand this experience on a deeper level. In order to collect data, we had a survey online, anonymous, using the European Fundamental Rights Agency surveys that we adjusted for the Estonian context and amended and also shortened. And we conducted interviews. We had interviews with 16 people. I think I'm currently covering the slides, but we had people who were at least 18 and had been living in Estonia for at least 3 months, because we wanted to seclude people who were just here for tourism. So 3 months is where you would need to apply for a residency permit. And also by that time, people have an experience with the country. With the surveys or the questionnaires, as we don't know who these people currently are, where to find these people, so we needed to have a wide approach, and this was one of our biggest challenge: how to find people who could share their experiences with us. So we had a public questionnaire and lots of public calls in social media, in the Equality Commissioner's Office. We shared on Facebook, on various groups where expats interact. We send out invitations to universities, to employees, to human rights organizations, various communities who would be able to spread this message. And our initial idea was that we should get 200 people together, but we don't really know how big the general population is, so this was just a random number. But what we analyzed in the end was the answers of 104 people. More questionnaires were filled in, but some of the questionnaires we had to seclude because we were actually doubtful whether they're part of the target group, and some were filled in so little that there was no use analyzing them. Same with the interviews. You could participate voluntarily, and as I said, we interviewed 16 people. This is a very rich material, and also material that made us sad. But a few words about the results. I'm going to run ahead and say we don't have much time. You can read it from the special report or from our own report that will be published soon. But on average, you can say that people who participated in the survey compared to the average population on the population statistics, they were younger, healthier, wealthier, and more educated. Most people who were born in Asia. We also had a lot of people who were born in Europe, but not Estonia, and Africa. But we had less of people from other areas, Central and Latin America, Central Europe, or in the Oceania area. So we had more males than the Estonian population. 55% was male. The earliest the people lived here was from 2005, because we also included people who had been born here. Most people most people arrived in 2021, 2022, so they've been living here for 2-3 years. They must live in Harju County, over 80%. Some people live in Tartu. 95% of them, their mother tongue is not Estonian, and they assess their Estonian skills poor. So we looked into the reading and writing and speaking, and the reading skills in the self-assessment was the highest, and the speaking skill and writing skill was the lowest. And people were mostly, 65 were on contracted, 15% are still studying, and over 10 are entrepreneurs. And those who are employed by a contract, they work full-time, they have long-term employment or contracts without a term. They're specialists on higher roles, and most often, obviously, IT field is or finance and banking. But obviously, there were people working in other sectors. But these were the most common ones. Educated people, 47% had an MA, the rest had a BA, and 35 are is still learning or doing their PhDs. And the net income for the household total without tax is higher than the average Estonian population, about 1/3. It was more than 4,000 euros, and 22% had up to 4,000 euros. From 200 and 300. And the households are smaller, but this is because people are younger. We had 2.35 people. The largest was 5 people, and 1/5 has minor children. Perhaps if you want to summarize, then you could say what the title of the slide. Everyone who participated has experience, either on a slight scale or a large scale, unpleasant behavior, but they still feel that Estonia is a safe place where they want to live.
So inappropriate staring or gestures on the street, for example, about 3/4 of these interviewees had experienced. So this is very many. And 55% or more than half have experienced threatening comments, insults, and mostly by strangers, people you don't know, people on the street. They would just approach you. And quite often also in the public space, concerns are aired about, people are concerned that in the public space these situations could happen. 9% of the respondents had received insults and hateful comments online on the social media. And when we talk about the insults made on the street, they are quite harsh, but not the worst, and perhaps not, there's no physical violence. But online, it seems that people sense that they are more anonymous and they behave even worse. Now, insults, inappropriate gestures, staring, our respondents kind of marginalized, or they try to rationalize that it's not hostile, that they understand that Estonian society has been closed. They don't have experiences with people who would be a bit different. They are curious, but they don't have a basic knowledge about what racism is and what an appropriate behavior looks like. Quite often, people ask very personal questions, not understanding that it's not appropriate. For example, you don't ask about religion normally, but if you see someone who might be of Islam religion, you ask very personal questions, even though it's just curiosity, but it's also very exhausting if you have to educate others and talk about Islam, for example. And sometimes the respondent said that sometimes people try to pay a compliment, but it sounds really awful. For example, for a foreigner, you look very good. You're very good looking for a foreigner. You should have an Estonian wife and have blue-eyed children. They might think that it's a compliment, but it's actually a very hardcore racism. And there are plenty of everyday racism examples. And even though the respondents, try to kind of minimize and rationalize it, but in the long run, it's exhausting. 16% of the respondents also mentioned being threatened, either verbally or even by showing a knife or a gun-like object. So 6% of them constantly have experienced it, and 83% of the respondents had experienced it at least once. Now, color discrimination has been experienced also by the respondents over the past year, for example, 2/3 of them. Most often when you try to rent or buy real estate, for example, it was mentioned that even in the ads, sometimes it's mentioned that we will not be renting to people of certain nationality, for example. Also, if you go to a club, to a bar, but also while applying for a job, people have experienced being marginalized or excluded. And these are more serious cases, for example, in terms of promotion. When we talk about employment, people feel that they are not taken seriously, that they cannot use their whole full potential. We also asked about whether police has stopped them over the past year, and 27% of the respondents said it has happened, mostly on the border, for example, in the airport, but also on street. Quite many of them, almost three-quarters of the respondents, said that they think it's based on their color of the skin. We also asked about how the police and border guard officials behaved. 50% of the respondents said that it was very civil and polite, and still 18% said that it was impolite. A couple of more things. It's very important to highlight that the awareness about how to receive help is quite low. 82% of the respondents cannot name any organization or body who might help them in cases of discrimination. 40% of the respondents had heard about the Labour Inspectorate, and 27% of the respondents said that they know that there is an anti-discrimination law in Estonia, but still we have a lot of work to do to raise awareness. And 22% of the respondents knew about the Equality Commissioner's position. So, raising awareness, this is something that we can work on.
Usaldus Eesti institutsioonide vastu on...
Now, trust in the Estonian institutions is quite high. The education system had the best results, but also the healthcare, police,
Üsna ühesuur on, et
local municipality, social system, these were quite on the same level.
kuuluvad inimesed tunnevad üsna tugevalt.
Now, people in the target group, they feel that they are strongly connected to Estonia, but also that they are quite strongly connected to their birth country if they are not born here. And 56% of the respondents said that they belong to a racial minority. And even though the commissioner has given or made the observations and given recommendations, then I highlight a few bits as well. For example, open dialogue, raising awareness, rules, procedures should be in place so that if discrimination takes place, we can deal with it properly. And we also need data so that we know what we are really talking about. Thank you. Thank you both. And a small token for you by us as well. Now the next presentation is by Dr. Faith McWersha from the University of Helsinki in the Center of Ethnic Relations and Nationality. She's also director of Sawira Africa International, an NGO, and she works with promotion of local communities and organizes workshops and training sessions. She is also a member of the board in the European Anti-Racism Network, and she has been recognized for the anti-racist work done in Finland and elsewhere. Today, she's going to talk about an intersectional approach to anti-racism.
If I say Sanbonani, you answer Yebo. Sanbonani, Estonia. Yebo. Yes, Sanbonani, it means I see you, I acknowledge you, I respect you as a human being. I bring you into my own space and I connect with you. There is this sense of inner connectedness when I say Sanbonani. And when you say Yebo, it means you are saying, yes, I see you. You are saying you acknowledge me as well. You acknowledge my existence. You respect it. And you want me to be interconnected. So we have already set a boundary that we are connected. And I'm so happy that you are connected with me right now, and you welcomed me, and I'm thankful for the invitation to come and speak here. I'm going to speak about an intersectional approach to anti-racism. I would not want to talk about this because you have already welcomed me and you have acknowledged my existence and you have connected with me. But because of the report that we just heard about, we are going to talk about this. And we are not talking about this because it doesn't happen in Estonia. We are talking about this because from all the discussions we have had already, it is happening. So I'll start by defining some terms, and then I will explain why we should use anti-racism intersectional framework, and then I'll talk about what we can do to what we have been doing in Finland to promote equality, and then I will conclude by talking about Ubuntu, transcending the color line. Racism is a global phenomenon that affects all countries. It is because of colonial modernity. So it doesn't matter that we don't see many black people in Estonia. It doesn't matter that we think that no, we are good people. We understand equality. We understand respect of one another. The truth is that racism has been spread because of our global history. So because of that, it is happening everywhere, even in countries that do not think that they practice racism. It is just happening because it is a global phenomenon that is part of our modernity, and we became very interconnected with all the other countries. So we cannot safely say that no, in Estonia we are good people, it doesn't happen. We are good people everywhere, but still it happens. But it is part of history, and the part of history is that the good thing is that we can change history. We can shape a new history that we want. We can create the new communities that we want. We can keep on improving on all the good work that we have done. We have done so much to be where we are. If we look at the past was so terrible. It was so bad that we can't even believe those people were living that kind of life. We can't even believe that those people were doing such kind of things. But they were doing it, and they learned, and they improved, and we keep on improving, and we keep on learning and doing better. So racism what it means is regarding one group as inferior to another, or the other group is superior to another racial group in any way, and treating those people based on those stereotypes or discrimination. It can be intentionally, it can be unintentionally, but still the consequences are the same. Whether a person has done it unintentionally, the racial trauma to those who have experienced it is the same, without considering why one did it. So why we really want to look at this is that it causes racial trauma. Those who have gone through it, they have experienced racial trauma, and they've had generations of experiencing it. I think if we look at slavery, we look at colonialism, it has been happening. So these people have experienced racial trauma, especially when we talk to black people. We say that we really need to heal, because if we keep on carrying these different levels of trauma, we can actually end up causing a lot of harm ourselves. So it is very important that we work towards ending this racism. So anti-racism is the active process of identifying racism and combating it by changing systems, organizations, structures, or policies or practices that we might be having that are perpetuating or sustaining racism. We need to do this to change the societal attitude. So intersectionality is a concept that was framed by Professor Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989. She's a black African woman. She's a legal scholar, and she was really trying to explain why black women are experiencing the experiences that they were experiencing and still continue to experience. So she describes this as the ways in which race, class, gender, and other aspects of identity intersect and interact with one another, causing the way in which individuals simultaneously experience oppression in daily life, interpersonally, or systemically. So what she realized was that Black women experience racism in ways that were intersecting with other different kinds of oppression, and then it was causing a lot of harm. And she came up with this concept of intersectionality. It has been developed by many other legal scholars and now social theorists, even those in humanities. It has become an important theory because it helps to look at the different interconnectedness that perpetuate this racism and how it ends up creating poverty and all other aspects. So I think what we heard from the commissioner is that on the report on racism in Estonia gave us a context which is important, that it is going to be used to raise awareness. I think raising awareness is very important, and it is also the beginning of correcting some of these issues. So when we have this report, usually what happens is that we read it, we have a conference like this, and we move on with our lives. We do nothing about it, so we just move on with our lives, and we forget that there was this report. And if there is need again, we go and pick it, and we talk about it again, and then we leave it, and then we move on with our lives. Because also it's very uncomfortable to talk about racism. So who wants an uncomfortable life? We all want a comfortable life, so we will just forget about it. But an intersectional approach to anti-racism is important in that it is an action-oriented frame that critiques society structures and the treatment of people in communities, and most importantly, it provides a guiding approach of how to work towards a more just and equitable society. So an intersectional approach to anti-racism does not allow us to go and pack this report in our libraries or to file it in some folder, then we can retrieve it another time. It really calls us to be action-oriented, to now take this report and to work with it to create policies, frameworks, practices, and even support, funding, and so forth that can help to develop policies that can combat this racism. So I'm hoping that if we can use this intersectional approach to anti-racism, it is going to help as we start working on solutions. And we use it in an intersectional approach so that we understand that we are working with different groups. And adopting this frame to develop anti-racism action plans and practices allows the work to target effectively to communities the ministries or the organizations seeks to impact. Using it provides a conceptual tool to examine institutional and systematic racism that people of color face because of both their race and identities, and also provides a guiding approach to work with racialized people in their communities and in institutional systems that we are leaders or that we are working. How to use an anti-racist intersectional framework. I think I will just mention a few terms that are here. I wrote it very detailed so that I can also leave it the PowerPoints and we can read it in detail. We need to really look at racial analysis and see how the racist systems, laws, and policies can be changed. We use it to see how we can work with some of the findings in the report so that we can change them. We interrogate the intersections of the different forms of oppression based on the different classes, different positionalities of immigrants. We have immigrants also who are we look at them very differently. I've seen that for example, in Finland. If a black woman is coming from US and a black woman is coming from Africa, there's a difference of how these two black women can be seen. So we also look at bring in the concept of the regions where they are coming from. We bring in the history. What is the history behind this group of people, so that we can work with the policies that can help them. Because some of these people are also already going through their own trauma. So we also come up with solutions. For example, in healthcare, we come up with the solutions. How can we work with these groups of people, taking into consideration many of the interconnected oppressions that they faced? Some are coming because of war. Some are coming because of different experiences, maybe love, like myself. I'm coming to Finland because of love. So they are coming because of different experiences. So we have to take that into consideration. We also have to look at the historical violence that they might have, the historical role of the enslavement and other oppressions that they have faced. We also have to center the human as they experience these different forms of racism. We have to use critical approach in our policy, in our decision-making processes, and in our working with also the different minority groups that are experiencing this racism every day. In other words, we have also to see who is on the table when we are making some of the decisions that we are going to be making, so that we can bring change to some of the issues that are being raised in the report. Obviously, there are experiences that some of the majority who do not experience racism might not even know. But if we bring different people on the table, and then looking at the intersectional approach of the people who are racialized, they are racialized because of religion, some are racialized because of gender, some because of sexuality. But the black women say, if you really want to cover everyone, just bring a trans lesbian, black, African, poor woman. Then if you solve the problem of this one person, you solve everyone else's same problems, because all the problems are intersecting on this one person or on this group of people. So I think the critical approach is very important when working with solutions oriented to different groups of people. Do not separate issues that are affecting the people. We have to understand the interconnectedness. We also check the institutional systems. For example, when we were told about this, the case of getting a permanent resident permit, then we can see that there is an individual, which is everyday racism at intersection, at interactive level, and then there is institutional experience as well. So we take this into consideration. I thought I'd share a little bit about my own work as an activist. I wasn't an activist before, but I became an activist when I came to Finland. In Africa, I was the professor, director, and all that. But in Finland, I started experiencing racism at a very personal level. And I was kind of surprised why I was experiencing some of these experiences. I had done a PhD that covered some of those at academic level in South Africa. But when you really experience it, it becomes different, because when I was teaching, it was more teaching reading literature, Caribbean, African-American, black authors and all this. But it was very far from me, so that I could really theorize and talk about it. But when I came to Finland, I had never been called a dark woman. I had never been called Negro, even in the street. So I started experiencing that, and I'd never been kind of feeling exploited in academic work. So I started experiencing research projects being taken away from me, and I was now trying to make sense. And I became observant of what was in the streets, and I became more activist in that sense. And we established an organization. We established that organization by accident, Sawira Africa International. We established it after seeing a campaign of a very big organization, which was fundraising for funding so that they could go and support girls in Africa, specifically Zambia, so that they would not become pregnant early. So, but now the campaign was using the image of a 12-year-old girl. It was splashed everywhere. She was pregnant, obviously. It was teenage pregnancy. And then we found it problematic that this image was being spread everywhere in public spaces. So we went to this organization to try and understand why they were using this image, and if the family was aware, and we realized that they were not aware. So that made us to start doing grassroots activism. And we have done different campaigns, as I have listed the different campaigns that we have done. Because of a lot of work that has been done in Finland, it has led to the government in Finland trying to solve the problems. We had a former government which was working on that, coming up with policies. Then last year we had a new government, and this new government, some of the ministers were accused of racism. The government nearly fell because of accusations of what some of the ministers had said, which started coming up. So because of this, the government came up with an action plan. And right now, there is a campaign going on in Finland in order to raise awareness about racism and in order to strengthen the knowledge base on racism and solve all these other different objectives that they have. And this is actually under the Prime Minister's office. They are really working now to try and make the society aware. And for the first time, we had the Prime Minister really saying that there is racism in Finland and we need to work on it and to lead an action plan that they are working. There is criticism on how the action plan has come in place, but the good thing is that something is being done and they've started to engage with non-governmental organizations. Yes, in conclusion, I would like to go back to the greeting that we had, that we acknowledged each other. This greeting is used by some groups of different ethnic groups in Zimbabwe. The Ndebele language uses this. In South Africa, the Zulus, the Xhosa, and many African countries use a different version of this, of acknowledging the humanity of the other. This is mostly influenced by the Ubuntu, African philosophy. That's why it's very embedded in our living, in our daily life, in even the way we greet each other. Ubuntu means I am who I am in relation to others. My humanity is interconnected to others and the environment. So by greeting each other, we are all constantly reminding each other that I see you, I see the human, I see the important person. And when we see each other, there is no thinking about color. And it has become a global concept that has been talked about by Nelson Mandela, made it global, and Desmond Tutu made it global as well. And now we have had former President Clinton using the concept in one of his speeches, as I have referenced there. Former President Obama has used this concept as well. So we can see that it is an important concept because it allows allows us to transcend the color line, because the color line is what is causing all this racism. Martin Luther King also referred to it because he's talked about his dream that his children would be judged by their character, not by their skin color. So that is what Ubuntu is all about. Ubuntu is about looking at each other's humanity, acknowledging it, and knowing that we are interconnected. So if you practice racism, it means you lack Ubuntu. You lose your sense of humanity. You lose your humanness. But the good thing about Ubuntu is that you can get back your humanity once you change. So you can get back your humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Question. Kindlasti on teil vahepeal tekkinud.
I'm sure you've had many ideas and you're something you want to share, so I would recommend to use hashtag or remind you to use hashtag by the post, hashtag about equality. And I would like to have the next presenter, who is analysis from Praxis think tank, Maarja Tinn, and she will be talking about men influencing mass media and social media, and about the culture and social norms. So how do these manfluencers change our society? Do they strengthen it, or do they create new narratives? And that's what we will be discussing now. So I would like to have Maarja Tinn on the stage, please.
Nii, tere.
Hello.
Jah, tahaks öelda, et
I would like to say that think tank Praxis has a very fresh survey, but it's actually more correct to say that it's still being baked. So we'll get it today after tomorrow, and the purpose was to map the spread of misogyny in Estonian media and including in social media. And today's presentation is based on the same research, although in that research we looked into the spread of misogyny in social media. Then during the research work we noticed that it's more complicated than we thought. And we saw how extreme narratives in social media spread and through that are normalized. And the same mechanisms never stop at misogyny. They also empower other discriminative stances like xenophobia and racism. And my purpose here today is to give you a brief overview on how these narratives breaking the societal cohesion are created and impact they have. And media today is not an information mediator alone. It's a framework that impacts how we understand what is the real life for us. It impacts our attitudes and develops our understanding of the world. But developed scripts, so the understanding spread via various genres of media channels, whether it be news, reality shows, films, fairy tales, pornography, and now even social media content makers. So the same script that seem on one side something very natural, very neutral, but by nature they are an outcome of social and cultural processes. For example, images where women are passive, men are active. They confirm gender-based hierarchies and impact how we see as men or women our role in the society. And the same goes for racial-based stereotypes, where we see that minority groups are often depicted in a characterized way. So media does not reflect the world in an objective way, but it constructs it. And this constructiveness is what changed the norms and values being made invisible. Social media is extremely powerful in the whole process. The algorithm of platforms prefer content that creates strong emotions. And often, strong emotions are negative emotions, fear, anger. And this creates a very good basis for radicalization, because to simplify, cultivating hate is a very beneficial strategy, and content creators in social media who dissect and create conservative and also extreme narratives and direct their content mostly to boys or to men, those are the ones that we call manfluencers. So they're in Estonian, they're mano content creators. And to chime with the first speaker of today, we can say that the logic of social media is what feeds these extreme narratives and the spread of these. And under social media logics, we mean processes through which current platforms first process information and then direct the social web traffic. And the logic awards and empowers noticeable contact, and this is calculated based on views, comments, shares. So this is an automated process where the algorithms determine what to reach us and in what extent. Extreme messages give us a broken view, so secluded chambers where various groups do not have a common room to discuss. And this is also to do with Estonian youth attitudes who think they consume entertainment content, which is not really anything to do with news or value-worthy topics, but they also dissect extreme ideologies in a hidden way through entertainment. And both racist and misogynist ideas find support from these web communities, and a manosphere is a web community where they focus mostly on the men's perspective and issues, where the hate is mostly on women and minorities. And now we need to talk about this counter-reaction. So the counter-reaction narrative that depicts feminism as something that threatens men's traditional roles. These are interlinked with racist ideas. This tendency is often apparent among the influencers in the States and the United Kingdom, where they believe that power by nature should be with the white man. And this ideology that connects three aspects: first, anti-feminism, secondly, racial supremacy, and the man's crisis theory or masculinity crisis theory. So these have been present very recently during Donald Trump's presidency social media campaigns. And these narratives found their way to Estonia, where among global trends, they have taken, the global trends have been taken over by local content makers, and the rhetorics is often copied. So in our research, we also highlighted how Estonian influencers' content is mostly a copy of the Western content, both the style and the messages. And it's not surprising that this racism-aligned masculinity has also found its place in our own social media. And if we have a few examples, then Estonian influencer posts usually post criticizing migration and feminism, often together, sometimes separately. but it always comes with emphasizing fear, with the alleged marginalization of the white man. And this reflects how this global social media ecosystem carries ideological narratives into the local contexts, empowering or splitting the society as a result. To summarize, it must be said that it's important to understand that media isn't a neutral communication network, but it's formalizes norms and values, and media reaches much further than we see on an everyday basis. It develops people generation by generation how we identify ourselves and our future attitudes. But we will get a better overview the day after tomorrow when it is published. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. This is a very interesting talk. I'm now interested in myself and I will look further into this. But now it's time for our first panel discussion. And we will have a discussion over the limits of language and behavior, how our what we do and say impacts other, and where's the limit between freedom of speech and being respectful towards others. And our participants will be sharing their own personal experiences by providing their perspective and reflecting this very important topic. You can ask questions through Workshop. Please do that. And everyone is invited to actively think along. We all have our own active part to play. The panel discussion is moderated by the junior researcher of University of Tartu and the founder of a ministry, Aet Kuusik. She will be joined by the director of Police and Border Guard Board, Egert Belitšev, African Students Association in Estonia, Director Daniel Ita, Estonian Human Rights Center specialist Kelly Grostal, a professor of the Estonian Academy of Arts Linda Kaljundi, and Delfi media journalist Martin Laine. Please join me on the stage.
Tere kõigile!
Hello everyone. I'm just going to start by saying that you can ask your question in Workshop, but we will also answer your questions who you are here from the public, from the audience, and I plan to be the person who will keep on to the minutes given to me, but this is just a plan now, so let's see how it will look like. I'm very glad that the Commissioner's office asked me to moderate this panel. I welcome all our participants. We have a very powerful collective brain here and we'll try and get closer to our objectives so that racism in Estonia and in the world society would disappear. There's 6 of us all together, which means that we have very little time. So let's try and be very compact in our answers. And if I wave desperately, then you should start wrapping up. But let's start. I have my first question here to Daniel Ita. You are very active in the Estonian society. You've been active in the African Students Association, and everyone who has read the report, but also everyone here who's attended the conference, we've all understood that Estonian society has a negative attitude, but also an uninvolved attitude towards people with different color of skin, which also means that there's not much knowledge about these people's experiences.
Elavate mitmesuguse
but also towards people with diverse backgrounds in Estonia altogether. So I would like to ask you how this attitude impacts African students' everyday life or people's work life, everyday life.
Right, thank you. So we come from a background where we have different experiences. So our experiences affect our approach to how we react to things that we see around us. And some of us are so sensitive that some certain remarks or certain attitudes could cause us to think that we are not needed here in Estonia. And some time ago, we had this movement in Estonia that various platforms were created on Facebook, WhatsApp, and Estonians were snapping Africans and every other persons that were not just Africans, but were snapping people and then posting on the social medias and making some remarks, immigrants, we don't want immigrants here. So this was a tough one, and luckily for us, we had some access to the government, and that issue was addressed at the time. And we had to, during our events, we had ASE Week. We call the short form of our association is on ASE. We had ASE Week. And one of those events, we called the Minister of Foreign Affairs to have a discussion with the then Minister of Foreign Affairs that, hey, this is what we are facing here. Are we not needed here? Because we understand that people, our differences, what makes us different is our upbringing, our environment. I mean, we are all humans. So our beliefs and our systems, how we were brought up, is what makes that difference. Not my color. This is just, and we're humans, but my belief is how I was raised. Your belief is how you were raised. But in all of this, the value, the things you build, the things you grow to know becomes a reality to you. And these realities are people who then use this to make it like the reality in its essence, and then it influences their decisions and their actions. So when we hear these remarks, we feel we're not wanted here. And then the minister was like, hey, we want you. That's why we're having some bilateral agreements with some African countries. We need to expand. So some of us up to now, they're not comfortable because one of us some time ago was beaten up. The other one came out from a bus, he was pepper sprayed on his face, and then these things happen on every day. So for me as a person, I have not had direct contact, I have not been on the receiving end of this abuse, but I have received a series of complaints. Perhaps because my circle, the people where I find myself, are the people that we share some value, some belief systems, and so these really affect. So in essence, and I got to realize that our people are leaving Estonia. That's a reality. We love it here. For me, I came here 5 years ago, and it's peaceful, it's quiet, but there are some things, systemic things that could be used to address this. But in the absence of this, the people of color, I'm not just speaking of only the blacks, not just the blacks. I have a friend who is Swedish. He's facing racism in Estonia. So people, I have a friend who is an Egyptian. He got married to an Estonian. He's still facing racism in Estonia. So this is systemic. This is something that should be looked at because it affects our beliefs, and then it gives us this to rethink what is coming to Estonia, the right decision we took. So in the end, the actions of the people and the inactions of the government contributes and affects how we see Estonia and our belief system. Whatever we believe is based on our experience. You can change what we think. But when we see what you do, then it could say, okay, there are steps that have been taken to address some of those things. So yes, we don't take it well. Some of us don't take it well, but some of us, luckily, we have it. But the fact that it doesn't happen to me doesn't mean that I'm not scared that it can happen to me, because an injury to one, maybe, I mean, that means we're all victims in a waiting. We're just waiting to be the next victim of this thing that's going on here.
aitäh.
Thank you. My next question will be to a person who is responsible for the safety and the application of law in Estonia, but I would like to bring this back to the language part of this panel. Egert Belitšov, how do you assess public language use, especially the impact of hate speech to the safety of public room and insurance of public order in Estonia? And perhaps more specifically, what kind of changes you have noticed in the police and border guard work over the latest years, and how is it different from 2015, 2016, where we had these kind of aggressive migration disputes? Whether hate speech impacts Estonia's security, I think it does. Whether it does it directly, whether because of the hate speech or they have committed any crimes, it's not always like that, because they also emphasize on the freedom of speech, and as it's being discussed in this panel. But if someone would ask me whether the hate speech, whether racism is hate speech, because it is, whether it impacts Estonian security, yes, it does. It impacts the society's feeling of safety and its members feeling safe. So it's a big issue. And how it spreads in Europe, in the States, across the world, because hate speech and this way of speaking has activated. It's become popular. People, I've discussed with lots of different parties about these topics, and I understand it's not that majority of the population carries racist ideas or does hate speech. It's a smaller part of the society. Last week, I attended a domestic violence conference, and Maria Murumäe-Mengel asked in a similar panel from people that she asked about the Delphi news portal comments that you can leave on the websites. How many of you post their opinion, the comment on the newspaper articles? People laughed, people smiled and said, obviously we're not going to go and post anywhere because it's a bunch of crazy people and they will cover you with dirt as well. But this is the issue. So if we have a small part of these crazy people who pour dirt on the others, then the majority is quiet. So the people who do not share the same principles, who don't follow the same ideas, who don't believe in that, and who also condemn them, but they don't do it publicly. They just let this situation be, not to be hit themselves. And this is something that we can see in police work all the time. And at one point, our main issues arise from the majority of normal population being quiet. If we talk about racism, they're quiet. They see it, but they never interfere. And if we talk about violence in schools, it's a small amount of people who use violence, whether it's mental or physical, towards their classmate, and the rest do not think it's right, but they're quiet. And if we talk about domestic violence, we see the same tendency that there's a small group of people and the rest are just quiet and don't interfere. And with the same goes for all the elements of the hate speech, because the issue is that we are quiet. But I actually believe in Estonians that if we manage to break out of it, start to notice it, start paying attention on it, and the rest of people who don't approve these principles and step out, then those who promote hate speech and use hate speech on a daily basis, they understand they're the minority and the society doesn't approve. But as long as we're silent, it seems it's the only normal way. But I've seen song festivals where we can be shoulder to shoulder, sing the songs and be proud that we are all there. And people can be friendly and they can behave according to these principles and rules that a normal society should embody. So I believe in the same moments, and I also believe that we are capable to become better, and maybe even the same examples that were highlighted before, that when in 2015 to 2016, there was a migration crisis and Estonia had to take on 70, 80 immigrants. Then there was a huge storm in the Estonian society. How is it even possible? And our society will be split. They will never integrate. Now, on the 24th of February 2022, when war broke out in the Ukraine, then Estonians realized that this directly impacts our society. And after that, we've had 50,000 Ukrainians arrive in Estonia. And the reception is different. Yes, we see the tendency that the same people who talk about racial hate speech and who generally cultivate hate speech, they do it the same way towards the Ukrainians. But at that time, the Estonian population didn't stay quiet, but they stepped up for the Ukrainians. So these are the examples when we say that our biggest and most important role in the society is that we should break the silence in all these ways of discrimination.
Kelly, the Estonian Center for Human Rights monitors hate speech. You've done it for a while now. You will continue doing that. And where we see most hate speech is for LGBTQ plus people, but also for racial or ethnical background. Why? Why do we have this situation in Estonia? And second, perhaps you can
väärarusaamad üldse, mis puudutavad
talk about certain misconceptions around the freedom of speech, because what I have noticed, and probably all of you who are here today, what you've noticed is that when we start talking about freedom of speech, then you meet the attitude as if you are against it. But anyway, these would be the two questions for you. So 45 minutes, please. Okay, thank you. So I was given the time, yes, okay. But first of all, thank you for having me here today. I'm very happy to be here, even though I continue saying the same things I've been saying for the past 10 years, because my message is that we need regulation on hate speech. So the first challenge is that somehow people in Estonia seem to think that the freedom of speech is absolute, so that we can do whatever we like with our words, because it's a freedom that we have. But actually, if you look at Article 12 in our Constitution, then it says clearly that hate-mongering is forbidden. There is no exclusions that you can use hate speech, I don't know, for the purposes of public health or something else. No, the Constitution says that it's not allowed. And another challenge for the Estonian society is that only now we begin to understand that words can go a long way in doing harm. And this is something that we see also in this horrific war that Russia is having against Ukraine. We see that you can use words to make people do horrible things. Of course, we have memories from Yugoslavia, from Africa, Hutus and Tutsis, for example, but for some reason we haven't had enough discussions around what hate speech does to people. And for some reason it seems that those who favor this total freedom of speech, they seem to be very influential. Usually men on high positions, sometimes women as well. The media has somehow approached the same understanding. So it has been quite difficult to take this message of restricting the freedom of speech in a way that hate speech would not be allowed, because these are two different concepts. Well, I mentioned the Estonian constitution, but we also have the penal code in Estonia. It's Article 151 in the penal code that says that hate speech is not allowed in Estonia. And what do you think? When was this article used in court the last time? When was the last time? It was in 2015 that this article was used. So we do have in our penal code an article on not allowing hate speech, and it says that based on the color of your skin or sexual orientation, hate speech cannot be used. But for some reason, the police, the prosecutors, they have not used this clause in our law, as if we were living in a hate-free society. But it's not true. And as the moderator today says, we do monitor the situation of hate speech in Estonia. We use the European Commission methodology for that. And I understand the prosecutors and police, they don't want to use it easily because it's quite difficult to use this clause legally. But it's also difficult for us to monitor hate speech. But as this Article 151 in the Penal Code is not enough, it's somehow biased, and this is also why it's difficult for us to monitor the so-called illegal hate speech. Not many perhaps know, but Estonia is the only country in the European Union where you don't have hate crime. For example, if you kill someone, if you rob someone, if you attack someone based on, let's say, color of their skin, then it's not classified as hate crime. But in most countries, if someone is attacked based on their identity, if the motive, for example, is racism, then it's an aggravating circumstance. Well, there are prosecutors who say that for these crimes you can use, unfortunately I now forgot, I think it was the Article 58 in the Penal Code that lists the aggravating circumstances, but it's not direct, let's say. So, okay, so the time's up. I have 36 seconds left, yes? So I wanted to say that you put it very rightly, that according to our reports and the monitoring results, gays and lesbians are the #1 target group, but the second target group, the second largest target group, is race and color of the skin. But the content is even more hard. It's very cruel. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. But my next question goes to Linda Kaljundi. You have been working with the questions of decolonizing the Estonian culture. You've run specialized courses, you've had exhibitions in Kumu Art Museum and elsewhere. And more than once you've mentioned that before the 20th century, Estonians in Estonia were depicted as not being equal, sometimes as ugly or threatening, sometimes as anachronistic and cute. But in the 20th century, this kind of mindset continued for particular groups in Estonia, for example, the Seto people who live in the eastern part of Estonia. So what could we learn from the past, from the history, something that could change perhaps the race discourse in Estonia? Perhaps to break the patterns that are harmful. Yes, I believe that we have had several exhibitions on racism and colonialism, and sometimes people then tell us that it's an imported problem. Especially in 2021, we experienced it when we had the new permanent exhibition set up in Kumu Art Museum, where the previously racist titles of artifacts were placed with more neutral ones. And even the members of the parliament mentioned it. Some said that these terms are neutral in Estonia, that elsewhere in the world they are considered racist, but not here. And another argument was that it has nothing to do with our history. It's about America. It's a foreign problem for us. And probably this is why we should look into not only today's media or social media that sets up the attitudes, but also let's look into the heritage and history of Estonia. Because, as you mentioned, in our history you can see that Estonians have experienced racism towards them before the 20th century, and for a long time we have been depicted as the last savages in Europe. So perhaps when we had the Estonian awakening time, you see that we also spoke about us as slaves, and we very much related to slaves elsewhere. For example, Lydia Koidula mentions the slaves in Africa and refers to Estonians as well. So I believe that Estonians have been quite anxious throughout history about becoming Europeans. And we tried to use the new exhibition to highlight this. To look into why in the beginning of 20th century, when Estonians started to set up their own state and we were becoming wealthier and more independent, then why do we have in our art so many people of other races and ethnicities? Martin Laine, you as a journalist, you have also revealed certain groups that spread hate speech. You've written about these things. I've seen these images, and these are really hardcore, I would say. So they visualize what Kelly said. But these are really hard to look at, really. But my question is, what has been the feedback that you've received? How did society react to your work? Yes, I cover a lot about Russia and such things. And then people sometimes ask, have Russians threatened you? No. People who threaten me are Estonians, especially on these very loaded social issues, such as hate towards a minority, for example. Because if you protect a minority group, you feel the same hatred as the minority group. Okay, so I was following the expats in Tallinn group just to see what are the problems that local foreigners face. And then I saw that there was a lot of panic about a group, an extreme racist group on Telegram. I don't want to even describe what was said there, but there were ideas such as kill all black people. They had photos from black people in Estonia, and they had, I don't know, ropes around their necks, etc. They turned to the police. And what did the police said? The police said that it's nothing, we can't do anything. So it wasn't enough to start an investigation. Kalle Laanet was the Minister for Justice, and he asked, do we have any examples that we could use for this hate speech clause? And the minister said that, no, I don't have any such examples where we could use this. But actually this group was there and the police knew everything, and there was a criminal case in the end, but only in the very end, when in response to my first article about this group and the perpetrators, then the hate turned towards me. So there were images about me with rope around my neck, etc. I started receiving killing videos, I mean actual videos where people were killed, black people were killed. I started receiving, there was a group where my face was used on various victims who were battered and killed. And then I informed the police. I reported it. And then a criminal case was started, actually. So these were extremist neo-Nazis who were behind it. But they are in this group, they are saying out loud that I would like to go to a mosque and just start shooting. I would like to kill all the black people, etc. So therefore, I am strongly in favor of regulating hate speech, because it's very, very unfair that this can happen. But in my case, it was the terrorist aspect that made the criminal case. And the messages kind of bound to the racism, let's say. You protect black people, and that's why you are one of them. And I mean, all these insults and the values that they attach to black people, they attached to me. So I'm not saying that I'm the victim. I'm not a victim. I just reported about the victims. So I did receive justice. There was an agreement. Soon I think there will be a conviction as well in my case, but it was a huge exception that it happened in my case. Yes, I would like to echo that, like what Egert Belitsev said. The media, the journalism has a lot of power, but it's not an absolute power. Social media, likewise, it's not the entire world, but still you can see that it's not very easy to break the silence. Like we heard from Martin Laine, that we keep quiet, we don't say anything, we just tolerate it.
Yeah.
But if we do step out and if we do try to make our voice heard, then the consequences might be a bit unexpected. But now we have 5 more minutes. Would any one of you like to add something? Well, I completely agree that if just one person steps up and all the others remain quiet, then nothing happens really. Let's take this school example again. I believe we all have experienced it. We can relate to it. In a class, you have 2 bullies. 80% of people just quietly go along with it. But if these 80% stepped up, a change would happen. Because otherwise, if it's just one classmate who steps up, then they will be bullied as well. And like Martin said, we cannot do much. In many of these cases, we just hit the wall in court, where they say that there was no intent or that it was not targeting anyone specific, a specific individual. So there are problems. But anyway, my message is that if all of us would step up, then the impact would be bigger. Let's say if Delphi portal would turn off commenting. So if you wanted to comment, then you have to register and you have to be identifiable so that we can start proceeding. So this is something that we could do together. But today, on the social media, anyone can say whatever they want. But also, I'm not just referring to Delphi platform, but all media outlets. If you have the opportunity to comment and have very hostile comments anonymously, then people start to sense that maybe it's okay to do it. Yes, in Feministerium, where I'm active, Feministerium.ee, we don't have comments. We don't give anyone an opportunity to say what they think. But let's say if on Instagram or Facebook, if we receive a hostile comment, we just delete it because it, in our view, keeps away a bigger audience. But also, if we have an opportunity to explain something to those who post these hostile comments, we just try to do it, even though it takes a lot of resources. I mean, I come from Delphi, but I'm not a boss. I cannot turn off the comments. But I just wanted to say that it's about the culture, because the comments are really ugly. And what needs regulation is that perhaps we've gone too far. I mean, the comments, the hostile comments, it's going too far. But when we talk about everyday racism, we cannot quite regulate it. We have to change the culture. In the media, yes, there is a certain role, but it doesn't really solve the cases of racism. It's not like if someone says the N-word, then the SWAT team comes, or if someone reads Pippi Longstocking, then a squad comes in. No. We have to change the culture because the media has an important role to play there. I understand that, and I have, at least personally, tried to improve it. But not all journalists are perhaps such. But media, I believe, represents the entire society. Külli, you wanted to say something? Yes, but actually Martin already said it. In the Human Rights Center and in the Equal Treatment Network with other NGOs, if we want the Article 151 in the Penal Code to be better, then we also talk about very brutal cases. Yes, we can. We will always have the freedom of speech. You can still insult someone, but if it's a very serious call to kill someone only because of their identity, then you can use this article. Well, I can add that the ethics of differences, we rather expected a response from more extremist groups like neo-Nazis, but very, I would say, mainstream cultural figures, they had a very negative response. So this is why it's important to continue talking about racism, because Estonians seem to think that we are different, that racism is everywhere, but not in Estonia, like we were an island isolated from the rest of the world, and it takes more than a book or a news article to change this understanding.
Daniel?
Yes, okay.
Daniel?
Well, it's good to make regulations, that's fine, but I come from a school of thought that says that you cannot teach an old dog new trick. So, like, mindset and belief are hard to change. Good, policies are there to contain them, to make good, but then we should look at the foundation, the cause, and the foundation. Now, what's the cause of those people's reaction? Why are they behaving the way we are? We should identify this and address it. Because if we don't address it, they have grievances. So this grievance needs to be addressed. So luckily for us, at the time, the International House in Tartu and Pärnu were collaborating a lot with us, where we have programs that even Delphi covered. We still have some things on YouTube and Facebook where we have some cultural exchange events organized collaborated between us and these international houses. And also, these things are happening at kindergartens as well. Unfortunately, here, we have kids at kindergarten. We have people who go to these kindergartens almost every day to resolve issues that their children, the black children, are facing at kindergarten. Now, that is the foundation. So something should be done to correct this thing. Because, they get it from their home. Because, if you as a father, you can say one thing, but acting is a different ballgame. So children copy or imitate what they say you do, not necessarily what you say. So if you're in position of making regulations, beautiful, can make it, but what do you say in your private corner? What do your family believe that is your belief? The people closer to you believe what you believe, not what you say. So we should look at it holistically and try to resolve some of these issues and then tackle this thing from the foundation so that the children that are growing up with our children will grow up and have a different mindset. Because these people of our age, unfortunately, I'm not a pessimist, but some of them will never change. It is a reality. But we should find a way to handle it, try to resolve the issues, and also see how we can create a foundation for the younger one to have a different mindset. This has to be a shift in mindset, nothing more. That's what I think. Thank you.
Meil on aeg küsimusteks. Kas meil on saalis küsimusi?
We have time for questions now. Do we have any questions here in the audience? You can still take time to think. I have already very interesting questions here ready for you. I need to make a selection now, but I will ask Egert Belichev. There's a question from Worksup that has been worded. Everyone has their own stereotypes and opinions. So to police officers, what should be changed in the training of police and assistant police officers that people wouldn't feel that the police are treating them badly? We have tried to do that. Our training already includes cultural diversity, knowing cultures, how to interact with different representatives of different cultures, how to avoid mistakes in attitudes. But the Police and Border Guard Board is the largest public order organization in Estonia, so it's a cross-cut from the Estonian society, but it also includes people who make mistakes and who, like part of Estonians don't, for example, understand that what is wrong with that sentence, then perhaps there's people in the police that are the same. So it's long-term work, but it's the same long-term process as it would be in the Estonian society. Do we have any questions in the audience? This is your one and only chance to ask questions from this panel. It doesn't look like it.
Oh, hästi. I don't see them all.
Ma ei näe kõiki neid.
Ma siis küsin siit järgmise.
I'll just move on to the next questions. I think this should be to, I'm not really sure to whom, maybe for me, but I'm going to ask Kelly and Linda. Even in the English language world, there is a misattitude regarding the meaning of words and using them in a difficult real-life context. As Estonia's on main language level, black also means something bad or filthy. And how does this impact people's education and their interactions with people who have a dark skin color? I don't know who would be the competent person. You need a linguistic specialist to answer that. I was kind of felt bad when we had the racism case about a radio DJ, which had to do with hate speech. where the judges had to discuss whether the N word has a negative meaning or not. So I think that in Estonia, because everything to do with racism isn't a sexy topic, even on a research level, because it hasn't been researched, but based on my intuition, I would like to say that all words have meanings. I am an average Estonian. Anything that means dirty isn't good, clean is good. Linda, what do you think? I think a lot of the discussions that we have also on different labels for our own exhibitions also lead to maybe that we shouldn't be using that many of the words. Even with white people, we are not also saying that this is a portrait of a white woman. So perhaps we'll just move on and just say that this one in a red jumper or this one in a monochrome jacket. I think we just use these words for anatomy. So if there's a case and when a doctor describes someone's physical body, you may use these words. But otherwise, we have Egert and Daniel and Martin. But now we come to back to the title. Are we not allowed to say 3 dots? And because I'm representing the linguistic specialist here, then the meaning is also always derived from the context. The language is full of metaphors. The meanings to words come from the world as well. So if we say wood, it comes from the tree that grows in the forest, or a table, it's an object. But words have a changing meaning, which means the meaning change when they're used. So we shouldn't be afraid of the word black or identity labels that people themselves are using to title themselves, but it doesn't always make sense to bring out these differences if they're not important in the context. Perhaps we should now wrap up, but the same goes to hate speech, that in the hate speech act, it doesn't come with a list of words that are banned from the day the law is enforced. And one thing that we should kind of object to or dispute with hate speech, language isn't a row of words that reflect the world. The language is something that's very active and it belongs to the user. And the motivations are also context-based, but also down to the user. In the objectives, and also, I think, we need to talk about both between the different stakeholders, but our time is up. So if you have any urgent messages, then this is the time. But otherwise, I would like to thank you for a very interesting debate and a discussion. It was more of a dialogue, perhaps with me, and I would like to thank the audience. And from my side, I would also like to thank all the panelists. It was very interesting to hear that. I would just perhaps add a quick story from myself, what once happened to me. For example, in elementary school, some of my classmates gave us 2 nicknames, Neku or Nigger. And when I went to my Estonian teacher and said, I'm not happy with this, it makes me sad. Why do they have to call me that? Then the teacher said, opened the Estonian dictionary, which had the word nigger, and explained what it means, and said, Sandra, it doesn't mean anything bad. It's an Estonian word, and this is how it's used. So actually, I think he likes you. That's why he calls you like that. And believe it or not, for years and years, I had them, they got away with calling me that because someone who had authority told me that it was like the norm in the Estonian society. But now, regarding the title of the panel, a couple of years later, I saw the same person on the street. They walked by me and said, "Hi, nigger." And I said, "No, thank you. Don't call me like that anymore. It makes me feel bad." And then he asked, "But wait a minute. Now I can't really use the word anymore, but I've been using this the whole time." So I'm really looking forward to a time when people don't feel that they shouldn't call anyone any names. We have a bit of a time change now. We will see you back here at 11:45 for the panel. But before we go, our dear Sissi has a surprise for us. Sissi, please.
Working as well, yeah. A bit of backstory about the music I make. I'm gonna talk about it in English because I sing and I write in English mostly, coming from a household with 2 languages. I want you guys to envision a 2-year-old child. She's tiny. She's adorable. She has a smile up to her ears. She has like curly hair. She's gorgeous. She's a little princess. And I think we can all imagine that, right? It's adorable. I was that 2-year-old child when my kindergarten teacher decided to become violent with me. So I was 2 years old when the world sent me a signal: you are wrong. What you are is wrong. I do not like you, thus I will hurt you. And I walked around with that belief kind of festering inside me for the next 18 years of my life. I grew up with the belief that something in me is wrong, that because why else would someone become violent if I wasn't doing something bad to them? And it's taken me years and years of deconditioning to actually get back to my power, to stand tall and proud and who I am. We were talking before that we have like these crosses of how many different discriminations we can get. I am a bisexual woman of color who sits on the autism spectrum with ADHD. I got it all. Like I have the bingo card, the winning streak right there. And this next song that I wrote years ago, and it's called Queen. And it was a song I wrote when I got in touch with my anger. Because I feel like one of the first things stolen from you if you are a group that is oppressed is your anger. You're not allowed to be angry. Anger can make things worse, yet it is the normal reaction of the human being when I have been wronged. It is healthy for me to be angry. And it took me so long to just get that part of myself back, to be pissed off. And to be fair, I wasn't even angry at the world. I was angry at myself because I was the one who chose to believe it. I was angry that the world never taught me any different. And I'm grateful for that anger because it got me on a path to accepting myself, my power, my voice, my space. Everyone has space here. So for this song, all of the men in the room, you're allowed to be queens. And the message of the song is, why be a good girl if you can be a queen? Yep, just checking if I can hear myself.
I think I spent a bit too long stuck in this phase of keeping gaping face. I think I worked a bit too hard to always be good, never be misunderstood. Guess I'm learning the hard way, you can't control all of these things. I wanted peace, I wanted light, willing to bow out of the fight for my own damn life. I wanted calm, I wanted warm, so I tiptoed around every storm. Well, surprise, it got me here. Guess I'm not the hero anymore. Fell a bit too far this time, now being good feels like a chore. She stared, that people pleaser inside me. Her last words carry on, why be a good girl if you can be a queen? I overwork my precious soul, just playing a part, ignoring my heart. Oh, guess I'm learning the hard way, you can't control all of these things. I wanted peace, I wanted light, willing to bow out of the fight for my own damn life. I wanted calm, I wanted warm, so I tiptoed around every stone. Was surprised it got me here. Yes, I'm not the hero anymore. Fell a bit too far this time, now being good feels like a chore. She stared, that people pleaser inside me. Her last words carry on, why be a good girl if you can be a queen? Guess I'm learning the hard way, you can control all of these things. Guess I'm learning the hard way, you can control all of these things. Guess I'm learning the hard way, you can control all of these things. Guess I'm learning the hard way. Yes, I'm not the hero anymore. Fell a bit too far this time, now being good feels like a chore. She's there, that people pleaser inside me. The last words carry on, I'll be a good girl if you can be a queen. Oh, if you can be a queen. Queen, queen, oh. If you can be a queen.
Thank you. Enjoy of the rest of the existential crisis.
sun out today. It's my baby. Oh, help me sing. Without love, there's no reason to live. Without you, oh, what will I do with the love I give? All my loving to you I'll be giving, and I promise this I'll do as long as I'm living. I'm thinking of you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. Hey, it's you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. I'm thinking of you and the things you do to me that makes me love you. Now I'm living in ecstasy. Hey, it's you. Just keep on doing what you're doing to me. It's ecstasy. I'm in love again, and it feels so.
Kallid külalised, on aeg tulla tagasi siia konverentsiruumi.
It's time to return to the conference room to continue with our panels.
Come and return to your seats so that we can proceed with our panels.
It's you. Yeah,
Tere kõigile tagasi.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break. We'll carry on with today's agenda. So before our panel, I will read out a personal experience story, which is from a male in their 20s from Iran.
In my graduation year, I was a cum laude student. And there's a tradition that all cum laude graduates get to meet the president in an informal gathering. However, that year, I wasn't invited. Neither was my friend from Bangladesh, who was also cum laude. I found it suspicious because this meeting was specifically for cum laude students. Instead, 2 Estonian students who didn't graduate cum laude but had good ties with the school staff were invited. Fortunately, a friend of mine who had worked in the government heard about this and offered to check with the contacts. Within 10 minutes, she got a call back confirming what I feared. Based on my nationality, the security of the president's office had removed me and my friend from the list, forcing the school to replace our names. I couldn't take it. It hit me hard. Up until that point, I had a long-term plan to stay in Estonia, but from that day forward, I decided I wouldn't stay here, and I would stay only for a few years after I leave. It was clear to me that if the authorities held such discriminatory views, it wouldn't be a safe place for me in the long run. I couldn't shake off the feeling that I have to face this someday again. Mul on hea meel kutsuda siia.
I'm glad to have 4 ministers here for the panel today. Kristina Kallas from the Ministry of Education and Research, Liisa-Ly Pakosta, Ministry of Justice, Riina Sikkut, Minister of Health.
See toob ilmselt teie paneelile õnne, ma loodan.
This brings good luck to the panel. Riina Sikkut and Signe Riisalo, Minister of Social Protection. And we would also like to have Dr. Faith McQuesha back on the stage so you could jointly discuss on the panel what steps to take.
Tere taas ja minul.
Hello again, and I'm honored to manage this panel. And to all followers, unfortunately, Kristina Kallas needs to leave a bit earlier before our panel finishes because she has another meeting. However, let's try and be very focused. We have politicians on stage. I know you like to talk a lot, and I hope that there will be a lot of questions for you, both from the audience here and online. But before I get to the ministers, I would like to come back to Dr. Faith McQuesha. You've seen the report, you heard about the situation in Estonia. Various panels have highlighted various issues. Very briefly, how do you assess where is Estonia currently with its activities to address racism?
Was there wasn't any translation? Okay. I can very quickly maybe summarize my question in English as well, if needed.
Yeah.
Should I repeat in English? Yes. So my brief question was that after having heard all of the presentations earlier and having read the report or summary of the report, where do you think Estonia is right now in addressing racism, and what should we do? Very briefly.
Yes, I saw that a thorough research has been done, but the research shows that there are instances of racism. What I saw is that it's at individual level and it's also at institutional level. And I think it's a very good report that can be a basis a basis or to work on solutions based on research. And I think like in my presentation, I talked about an intersectional anti-racism approach to the solutions that are going to be designed based on this research.
Ja kuna mind vahepeal juhendati, et
And I was actually asked to stand on this side, then I will change my position on the stage. Thank you. I hope we'll hear more about the Finnish experience. But if we come back to Estonia, then the Minister of Education and Research, Kristina Kallas, schools are the places where we educate and form our people. And if you look at the national curricula, then it includes the principles that if a young person graduates, then they should be open, that they should respect diversity, but in reality, this is not often the case. And we just also heard from Praxis's presentation on manfluencers and how social media affects or makes men make posts about, make misogynist posts. What could you do better? What else could you do? And I have to apologize that I need to run, but it's actually the reason that I need to meet the Nordic ambassadors to discuss a project regarding young boys' attitudes. And because it's there's been a decline in Estonia, so my next meeting actually today is regarding what sort of activities we can take with joint funding. Because one of the reasons, although the questionnaire was about women's role and gender equality, but it also reflects the general attitude of people that there's people who are good to do certain things and people who are not good to do anything. So these labeling attitudes do not keep an open expectation, because everyone should be able to do everything. And it's coming from somewhere. And it's not necessarily the school. It comes from social media and from the information space where the youth is. School often deals with balancing the topics in the society and at home, or fighting them, because very often these topics end up on the teacher's table. So even if you're a math teacher, you need to deal with social issues, attitudes, values. And obviously teachers understand that this is their role, that they have the responsibility. But from the teacher's side, there's been an objection that you can add anything to a curriculum, but the school has its limits. Not everything can be done by the school, that the school will make them a decent person, can eat with a fork and knife and knows when to show up to school, that it's all the school's task. But our teachers are also a cross-section of the society, so we definitely have situations, cases where teachers actually have attitudes that are not pursuant to the curricula, or they don't really reflect good implemented norms and values of the society, and they're not acceptable. So we've had cases like that. We've had to deal with these cases in the Ministry of Education and Research, but unfortunately there's a lot of cases that don't even make it to us. So we heard the stories, people just let it go and move on, and it's only 18 years later when people start dealing with these issues, so they'll try and restore or recover. And when teachers are trained at university, they also have a cultural diversity element. So it is addressed in teacher training, it is. However, we have a lot of teachers in our schools where they were educated way back in time when these things weren't addressed. So we definitely need additional training to highlight that. And last thing from me, we have the transition to Estonian education, and we have a cultural diversity and tolerance topic very acute at the moment. So can a Russian child use the Russian language during recess? And And this is a part of a bigger issue. Can I be myself in that schoolroom, or do I have to adhere to certain norms? So we've agreed with universities that the trainings to teachers, the right to be me is something that needs to be added to teacher training and all trainings to teachers these days. Thank you so much for this. And you also mentioned about gender equality issues for everyone else as well. Before you came to the stage, you made a joke that the stage is only full of female ministers, and this indeed is the case. I often notice in my work or experience more in work that it's more difficult to catch male ministers to talk about these topics. Liisa-Ly Pakoska, Minister of Justice and also the former Equality Commissioner, various organizations have highlighted about Estonia that hate speech here is a big issue. And the legal framework is not sufficient. How, in your opinion, where are we with this? Why are things not moving? Why do we keep talking about hate speech being an issue, but there are no concrete solutions? There were many aspects to this question, and hate speech is actually something where no country is satisfied. We haven't found a good wording to regulate these statements in the society, especially in a situation when we also find freedom of speech very important. And in Estonia, the hottest topic at the moment is the application of the European Union framework decision. And it also partially coincides with this topic. So when we look at the legal space wider, then the entrepreneurs' issue has been that Estonia, as a small country, has taken over too much of EU law. So if the EU has a regulation, then all the member states have to perform this. And if we add new aspects to that regulation, it means that Estonians need to fulfill more regulations than on average in the European Union. And the burden is quite big because we only have smaller companies in Estonia who will then say that they don't really have any time to do their main activities and to pay more salary to people. And it indeed is a big issue that if we look around, then we can see that we've had a tradition that if we transfer EU law, then we also add new aspects to it. So we would have a good, nice legal act that would please everyone. But it comes with a big but. And the but is that generally in a society we've agreed that if we have a new legal norm, then we start with describing the concern very specifically. So specifically the concern, who has this concern and how does it manifest? So what are exactly those issues with hate speech? So it's not just the general topic that we have an issue with it, but what are the exact issues? Who has them? Where are they? And what is the detailed concern? And then you look at this concern, you provide different solutions, and then the society chooses the best solutions throughout the process, best solutions for the specific solution. But this does not happen when we apply a EU law, because when we apply EU law, it seems very easy that we can add stuff to it. But in that case, this concern has not been described and they have not weighed various options. And the current solution to hate speech is that let's do things how we are provided with good practices, so we take the EU part in a narrow way. Currently, we have a misdemeanor monetary fine, but there's no imprisonment. But the European Union stipulates that you will see a imprisonment as well. And we believe that this should be the case. But now to add any other relevant details, then we would need to specifically describe the issue. I was also part of the Justice Committee of the Parliament with all the stakeholders, and it turned out that each concern has a solution in the law. So now we should be more specific in describing what it is that needs to be solved, and I'm really wanting to contribute to this. I'm convinced we'll come back to this. We'll have more questions regarding that, but let's move on to the Minister of Health, Riina Sikkut. In our report, we didn't go really into health topics. However, when I visited the European Council a couple of months ago, then the ECRI committee said that racism and the healthcare field, or the racism in healthcare sector, is one of the topics for the coming years. If you think about Estonia and the healthcare sector, how should things work there? What could you do preemptively so that when the time comes that we need to report to ECRI how the health sector and racism situation is in Estonia, then we would have something to say to them? Yes, it's a good major luck that it didn't focus on the health sector, because in the health sector we haven't even started to analyze this topic, because it could also have clinical consequences, whether healthcare workers trained in Tartu can do the blood transfusions, knows the rashes. It has patient feedback forms, cultural background to get a contact with persons. So a lot of what to do is about service provision. And indeed, as the issue is not been really highlighted, then I don't know that we would have taken any steps or analyzed even the attitudes among healthcare workers. Last year, I think Praxis had LGBT healthcare attitude analysis, which showed that where the concern is. So that perhaps would be the first step. And now, because we are also ministers here, then based on the first experience, it's personal, it's touching. And I have the question about the institution's responsibility, because for me, it's not racial discrimination. I know that we have a risk country list. That will not change. These risks are to do with the state and citizenship, how they cooperate with security. It doesn't even matter which skin color you have or ethnic background. A Russian, for example, they will not get a European visa. This is not racial discrimination. It's the country itself that's to do with certain risks, and their citizens are sanctioned. So we're doing numerous decisions that if they're not explained, then people will take them personally. And the same goes for healthcare, so that we wouldn't have a case where someone thinks that they need to wait in line because they're not Estonian, or they don't have Estonian citizenship, or they are from Iran, or they have dark skin. But the queue is for everyone. But this needs to be explained. So both the university, if they believe that all cum laude students should get to the reception, then they should do it, because they know that we have a risk country list. Even when they're admitted, they have a background check. So on one side, it's the university's responsibility, then it's the security team's responsibility to understand what is the essence of the problem and to react, and if needed, to communicate this issue. And in healthcare, I see that similar things will start to happen if we haven't analyzed how to explain various decisions. to people from different cultural backgrounds, then this is something that we should do first. Very good. And now, before we get to Signe Riisalo, I've heard twice today that we need to analyze and we need to define problems. Riina Sikkut, Liisa-Ly Pakosta, who will do that? And I brought an example that the last step that looked into the attitudes that we hadn't looked into before was the Minister of Social Affairs analysis from the think tank, but oh, no, sorry, it was European funded. So the push came from elsewhere. It was Praxis's EU funding and partnered with the social minister. And this gave us knowledge which we didn't have before. So often it's been the financier side, but now the question is whether we can change this trend so that the push would come from the ministry or from another party who will see their institutional responsibility in dealing with this issue or finding solutions.
Yes, the concerns are described or defined by various parties, either some organizations or the state body. And if we have a hate speech case, then obviously there's another important player there. It's the police. So if you have a very concrete example of a problem, I'm very happy to look into this. Thank you. But Signe Riisalo, you have been active and working in the domain of equality for a long time. And you are wearing, I would say, various hats here, not only as the Minister for Social Protection, but also as a former, as someone responsible for economic affairs. And therefore, my question to you is that we have a difficult situation in regards of economy. The economy is not doing well. The state budget is not doing well. We are facing cuts. But the success story of Estonian economy depends on how many people and talent we can attract. How can we make sure that people are actively working together and creating something together? But as we can also see that the attitudes of Estonian population is a bit problematic, especially towards working with people from different nationalities. So in the Minister of Social Affairs, but also in the Minister of Economic Affairs and Communications, what would you say? What could be done? What should be done in order to improve things? First, I have to say that this chair is terribly I mean, I cannot sit in this chair. I had a cramp, sorry, so I had to stand up. Well, but now to the question, what we have to work with stigmas, with stereotypes. We don't need any research to know that it's there. And the stigmas and stereotypes, it's not only about racial issues, it's about people with disabilities, with intellect disabilities, LGBTQ plus community. It was already mentioned this morning. So there are many groups that have to face stereotypes. And I personally prefer diversity. Diversity in the sense of culture, gender, background, all various types of backgrounds, because it adds something, it adds value. And now if you think about public bodies and the state, what would we have to do? We have to keep the networks together to gather information. And in this panel, I know that the Minister of Interior Affairs is not here today, the Ministry of Culture as well.
Ja selle nii-öelda ministeeriumide ülese
and to have coordinated approach among ministries so that no target group would somehow be overlooked. It's important to coordinate. And this task has been given to the Ministry Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications currently, and we have many activities to make sure that these steps are taken on an European level. But Estonia is a small country, and we try to be, we want to have less red tape. So we have brought these activities together under the Estonian Action Plan to 2030. For example, for welfare, in my portfolio, where all the equal treatment and racism topics come together. What we have done is actually also related to data, so that we would have research-based knowledge about what are the vulnerable groups, because we might have an understanding, but we also need data to know what the situation is. And Praxis is taking care of that. And also the decision-making process. Now, politically, we are actively talking about how to attract skilled labor from third countries. And it's not related to the government. We have this Oscar report about skills and knowledges that are needed on the labor market. It's actually organized by the third sector and the trade unions, and they are non-biased. So we know exactly in which fields we need more skilled labor, and all the political parties are supporting this approach. So we are trying to find ways how to get valuable people whom we really need. Now the next question is, once they are here, who's responsible to making them feel safe and to thrive in the Estonian society? So we can think about our history, we can understand that we have a certain degree of xenophobia in the society, but I know that on this panel, but also in the audience, I can see people from various NGOs who are working on making these people thrive. So when I think about my own portfolio, whether it's the refugees, whether it's asylum seekers, so what can we do to help? Language learning, adjustment programs. So in the public sector, there are various activities that are undertaken, but it's most difficult to change the attitudes, to change the mindset of the society. And you can only lead by example, and it takes time. Exactly, and we will come back to this if time allows. But as Kristina Kallas has to go soon, so my next question goes to the Minister of Education and Research. Now, universities generate innovation, generate knowledge, and they are very important for Estonia. And when I spoke with representatives of universities, we spoke a lot about equal treatment, and somehow I had the sense that they thought that it has to be done in order to comply with the European regulations, but actually it's for ourselves. So my question is how to make sure that universities would have an atmosphere that is good and safe for people. Now the racial issues, I would say that the universities over the past 5 to 6 years have been in quite an uncertain grounds, because when we had the previous government, EKREIKE government, then we had a quota, how many foreign students they can accept. And now we can see a decline in the number of foreign students, but actually the universities already realized that the quality has also dropped because they need more talent, and it's more difficult. It has been more difficult for them to attract foreign lecturers and professors as well. So universities would like to have a more active talent policy, but unfortunately they are restricted by terms of regulation, but also by the attitudes in the society, because the society generally doesn't seem to promote or need innovation. But now we have new negotiations coming, so I think we have to take away the cap on the number of foreign students, because universities are the lab, a platform for innovation, and it has to be value-based, and universities set an example. For example, now I am responsible for putting together the supervisory boards of all universities, so representatives of the society who are there. And the first list that I was presented, it was a list of 80 people, 80, and only 2 women. And then I handed back the list and said that you have to do better. Next list was better balanced, but it's just something that I had to highlight, that I had to indicate, because initially it was basically only men, and in some supervisory boards of universities we only have men, as if women didn't have anything to contribute. Especially ironic in the field of education, because 70% of students are women, but 70% of professors are men. So it's completely out of proportion. And that brings me to another topic. So we have the gender discrimination and gender-based harassment. It's quite a painful topic. Perhaps it's a topic for another debate, another conference. But gender-based harassment in higher education is quite widespread. Thank you, Minister Kristina Kallas, and until we meet again. But now coming back to the Finnish experiences. Would you be able to reflect on what you heard about the Estonian politicians say? Is there anything that we could and should from our colleagues in Finland?
Yes, I think in Finland could be a case that Estonia can learn. In Finland, we at the moment we have an action plan against racism that is being led by the Prime Minister's office. But it had to happen because we had ministers who were accused of racism, and the current government that was constituted last year. The government actually nearly fell apart because of accusations of what the ministers had said. I think one had to end up resign. The other one, it was such a big thing that eventually they had to assure society that this minister had changed and they were going to work and support each other to change the attitudes of society and also of important people. So then the government came up with a communique, and from that they came up with an action plan that is currently going on. Right now, there is a campaign that is being led by the Prime Minister's office. I'm actually going there on the 13th. They are engaging with many diverse communities and experts on anti-racism. What the government realized is that there is a lot of talk about hate, crime, about equality, about freedom of speech, but there is not a real talk about racism, because racism is a very different phenomenon from just hating somebody or not liking somebody. Racism is, I think it has led to serious crimes being committed on the basis of race, on the basis of inferiority and superiority. So it is not something that you can explain with just hate. It is also institutional. We have institutions that need to be reformed because they actually precipitate or they actually enable racism to happen. So I'm very happy that I have ministers on this discussion, because I think Finland can be a case to learn. It's not perfect, because even the action plan has had its own problems, because there was not even enough diversity on the decision-making process. It was actually when one of the tables where it was being decided was circulated, it was so shameful, because there were only white people there who were deciding on that. So I really hope that the ministers that I'm having in the panel are going to take seriously the action, the report, because it is better to be proactive or not to start apologizing. It is embarrassing, but to be proactive and come up with policies, action plans that can help. The truth is that there is racism in Estonia. And we need to talk about it exactly using the word racism. It is uncomfortable, but we need to talk about it, because it leads to genocide. It leads to violence. It leads to extermination. It even led to slavery. So we cannot try to hide and say, oh no, there's hate, there's no terms. It's a very dangerous phenomenon that we need to work on so that society can be cohesive. I think we can have an example of what is happening in Sweden. There was not enough integration of the immigrants who were coming. They were placed in some communities that were meant for immigrants. And now we have a situation where even the police cannot go into those communities because there was not good integration. Now they are trying to solve the problem. So I think Estonia is a good chance. It is a good opportunity with using this report to come up with action plans that can work, especially in all the different ministries.
Thank you so much for this. Suur aitäh selle eest.
Thank you very much. And yes, we are under pressure. I'm afraid the watch here is a bit, it's not accurate, yes? So probably we only have 3 minutes, so colleagues, help me with the time. Okay, well, okay, we have 3 more minutes, yes?
3 minutit.
Yes, we have 3 minutes, okay.
Väga kiire.
A very quick question to the audience. Or from the audience, rather. I hope we can take 2 questions. I mean, I have a whole list of questions I would like to ask, but I will approach the ministers later on.
I think the question is still valid. It's great seeing a panelist full of women. What are people's thoughts on the idea of getting ahead? What are people's thoughts on getting ahead of the combative narrative that is sure to occur when people will want to say, well, in the example that Christina gave of being presented a list and giving it back and saying do better, what are people's thoughts on how to get overcome the narrative that will be, the counter-narrative that will be, well, now this new list you've been given, they're only there not on merit, but just because they are women, which of course I would like to believe everybody in this room completely disagrees with, that women and other minorities and people are just as qualified. We just want to see better diversity.
Aitäh, kas keegi soovib?
Thank you. Anyone? Liisa Liibaskosta? Well, actually, in our legal system, we have 2 clauses that actually one says that all educational institutions and the other one says that all employers have to make an effort to promote minorities to be presented and represented. Several legal acts mention that, but there's a special obligation on these 2 groups. And Kristina Kallas did well, but actually she also followed the law that actually says that universities have to follow this principle. Thank you very much. And we have time for another question over there. Yes, I do have a question. Olga Setnik. And I don't want to ask about refugees. I used to be a public official. I worked in the Ministry of Social Affairs and Ministry of Culture. And in today's debate, we have such brilliant panel here. So I would like to ask about law on equality. When I was working in the Ministry of Cultural Affairs and Social Affairs, I worked on that. And now in November, I saw that Estonia is starting to put together a new law on equality. And my question is, why? Well, the answer is very simple. It was given to me as a task by the government to review what are the opportunities to move forward with this topic so that it would comply with European Union acquis as well as with the Estonian constitution. I can also add that we need a legal framework where the values are in place, but actually the question is about the application, because we still have pay gap, a huge pay gap, even though the law says that men and women should receive equal salaries. So it's not about the legal acts, but the application. Yes, thank you very much. So we can conclude that. So Commissioner of Equality should also get more resources. I think we can draw that conclusion. Perhaps then we can work even better. Thank you for this wonderful conversation here on stage, and I encourage everyone to continue this debate with Liisa-Ly Pakosta, with Signe Riisalo, Dr. Faith Makwesha. So many thanks to all of you.
Thank you to all our panelists from me as well. It was a very interesting conversation. Was hoping to hear longer, but unfortunately we are short time. Next, we are honored to listen to the representative of the European Commission, Michaela Mona, who is the first anti-racism coordinator against racism, and before that she used in the office of the Finnish Equality Commissioner. She has extensive experience and expertise in anti-racism and equal treatment, both on the member state and local level. She's also been in charge of several NGOs and on a grassroots level organizations that are focused on fighting against racism and discriminating. Michaela explains how the European Commission works to root out racism.
Soojat tervetuset Brysselistä kaikille osallistujille.
Warm greetings from Brussels.
And I'm the Anti-Racism Coordinator of the European Commission. And I congratulate you, the Estonian government, to this very important initiative. My apologies that I cannot be there with you in person today. As a native Finn, I know how challenging it is to talk about racial discrimination in a country where only a few people of color live. These challenges make it even more important to talk about racism, and I thank you, the organizers, for giving me the opportunity to do so today. Racism is the belief in the superiority of a particular group based on skin color or ethnic origin. It has an individual component and a structural element. It can lead to racial discrimination and racial or ethnic bias, which refers to prejudiced and stereotypical attitudes that individuals either consciously or unconsciously hold. Its structural nature places barriers in all areas of life of racialized people and impacts foundational pillars of well-being, such as education, school-to-work transition, employment, housing, health, and many more. In 2020, the European Commission adopted its first anti-racism action plan, and this was as a reaction to the global Black Lives Matter movement. With the adoption, the Commission followed numerous demands by civil society organizations and members of the European Parliament to specifically address interpersonal and structural racism in Europe. The Anti-Racism Action Plan emphasizes that everyone in the European Union should be able to enjoy their fundamental rights and freedoms and equal participation in society, irrespective of their racial or ethnic origin. However, at the same time, 60% of the respondents of the Eurobarometer perceive discrimination based on skin color and ethnic origin as frequent. That means that a huge discrepancy exists between our belief in a union of equality and the experiences of racialized people and what they experience on a daily basis. All too often, racial or ethnic origin is used as a ground to discriminate. The COVID-19 pandemic and the aftermath of terrorist attacks are just the most recent cases where blame has unjustly been directed to racialized people. People of Asian and African descent, Muslims, Jewish, and Roma people have all suffered from this intolerance. Let me illustrate this with a couple of examples. A few weeks ago, I talked to a group of visitors, and a young Black woman told me that she's seriously considering not having children with her husband. She knows that in Europe, the risk of a Black woman dying from childbirth is significantly higher than that of a white woman. We usually look at statistics and tend to forget that every number is an individual faced with difficult choices due to existing structural racism. Another experience I always make when talking to groups relating to racial profiling. Every time I talk about stops and identity checks by the police, there are one or two people in the audience of color who will tell me about their last identity check and that there was really no real reason for them to be stopped in the first place. According to the last report by the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency on being Black in the EU, every fourth Black person, so that's 26% of people of African descent, has been stopped by the police in the last 5 years, and 58% perceived the stop as racial profiling. The Anti-Racism Action Plan addresses structural racism and interpersonal racism, as well as commits the European Commission to diversify its own staff. It contains roughly 80 different measures to be implemented by the Commission and on the national member state level. The action plan foresaw the appointment of an anti-racism coordinator to liaise closely with racialized people and relay their concerns to the Commission. The coordinator also interacts with member states, the European Parliament, civil society, and academia to strengthen policy responses in the field of anti-racism and join forces with Commission services to implement the Commission's policy on preventing and combating racism. In September, we published our first implementation report, showing that we implemented most of the actions foreseen in the action plan. And this implementation report also illustrates the challenges that we continue to face and reports an increase in racism and racist rhetoric across Europe. It identified gaps and calls upon member states to join forces with the Commission in its fight against racism across Europe. Therefore, the new Commission's President, Ursula von der Leyen, announced the political guidelines for 2025 to 2029, the adoption of an anti-racism strategy. And this will follow up on the work of the Anti-Racism Action Plan. So my team and I, we're currently developing the upcoming anti-racism strategy. We're consulting stakeholders, and we're also talking to member states. And we're taking the implementation report as a foundation for the structure and the future work. We'll continue to address structural racism, we'll highlight intersectionality and address some particular phenomenon like anti-Muslim hatred. Furthermore, we'll also deepen the existing collaborations with member states, with civil society and academia. Racism is a centuries-old phenomenon. It's entrenched in our societies, in decision-making, in its structures and daily lives. Fighting racism is a long-term commitment that needs all of us. So I call on you to join this fight to ensure equal opportunities for all of us in the Union of Equality.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you today, and I hope you have a nice conference. Thank you.
Suur aitäh, Mikael.
Thank you, Mikaela. And our next speaker is also from Europe. Nurene Mahmoudi is the European Anti-Racism Network counselor. She is in charge for the action plan and anti-racism political monitoring. She has extensive knowledge in the community rights and has also been in charge of youth organization. Her passion started early, encouraging her to take part in NGO's work, where she also had experience in youth activism and anti-racism interest protection. Nurene will share her vision about what the future of the fight against racism should be in Europe, what already functions, what needs to be changed, and what is the role of countries and organizations in this. Solutions start from ideas, cooperation, and decision to change the status quo. I invite you all to ask questions, share your ideas, and think along, because it's our joint dedication that can start the change. Nurene, please.
Is this working? Okay, excellent. Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable ministers, esteemed colleagues, advocates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nurhan Mahmoudi, and I'm a policy and advocacy advisor at the European Network Against Racism. On behalf of ENAR, it is an honor to address you today as we confront one of Europe's most pressing challenges, the persistence of racism in its different forms. While Europe often prides itself on equality and justice, the reality for racialized communities tell a more complex story. Racism is not just present in individual acts or hate or bias. It is deeply entrenched in our systems, structures, and institutions. Addressing racism effectively requires confronting it not only at the level of the individual attitudes, but at its very roots with the systemic frameworks that shape our societies. Today, we also have the opportunity to reflect on the recent report on racial discrimination conducted by the office of Mr. Christian Veske, the Equality Commissioner of Estonia. And this report serves really as an evident reminder of these challenges, but also a call to action. The findings of the report confirm what racialized communities across Europe have long known. Structural racism is pervasive. This issue manifests in areas as criminal justice, where racialized groups are disproportionately policed and profiled, in healthcare, where access and outcomes are shaped by racial inequalities, in education, where children from minority backgrounds face barriers to success, and in the labor market, where opportunities remain systematically skewed. Most importantly, this report also highlights a gap between rhetoric and reality in combating racism. Many countries focus narrowly on hate speech and hate crime when they intend to address racism. But this really is problematic because racism needs to be addressed from a structural dimension. Estonia, like much of Europe, may perceive itself as fair and an inclusive society, but there are subtle forms of exclusion, microaggression, institutional barriers, and policies that can ignore racialized communities, and these tell a different story. The historical context, moreover, plays a really important role. Estonia's evolving sense of national identity has shaped a perception of otherness, contributing to structural exclusion. While overt hostility may not visibly dominate the narrative, the report rightly emphasizes that racism is embedded in societal structures, from policy frameworks to cultural attitudes. And most importantly, I'd like to add that obviously the report in itself encourages the adoption of a national framework following the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan. However, as in many member states, fragmented and generalized approaches can dilute the urgency of addressing structural racism. As a member state of the European Union, Estonia is part also of a collective project, and with that comes a shared responsibility to address racism, both domestically and across Europe. Anti-racism cannot be siloed to single policies or single ministries or single national borders or reduced to isolated efforts by individual states. Domestic issues are European issues, and European issues must also be treated as domestic concerns in every member state. The EU was founded on the principles of human rights, democracy, and equality. And these principles should demand that all member states address systemic racism within their own societies, but also recognize the interconnectedness with broader European structures. Estonia's efforts to combat racism are not just a domestic matter. They are integral to the health and credibility of the European Union as a whole. When a racialized person in Estonia faces exclusion, when migrants are criminalized in European borders, or when policies such as the Migration Pact perpetuate racial hierarchies, these are not isolated incidents, and they reflect the collective failure of Europe to live up to its ideals. The fight against racism requires a unified, Europe-wide response where the actions or inaction of one member state may have consequences on the entire Union as well. So when we speak about racism, and as we address systemic racism today, we cannot separate this conversation from Europe's historical responsibility. The structural inequalities we see within Europe's border and the ongoing oppressions, the wars, and the human rights violation also outside of Europe, namely the war in Ukraine, and also more specifically the ongoing live genocide that you are witnessing in Gaza, are deeply connected to Europe's colonial and imperial past. For centuries, Europe's colonial project exploited and oppressed the global majority, creating systems of racial hierarchy that divided the world into those deemed worthy of rights and those deemed disposable. These systems of exploitation were not dismantled with decolonization. Their legacies endure in the global inequalities that we see today. Some of these connections that we can mention are the following: wars, genocides, and instability in the global majority that often track back to the economic and political systems imposed by the colonial rule. When it comes to migration and exclusion, migration waves that we are seeing and witnessing from different continents of the world are not random. They are indeed the result of economic dependencies, environmental destruction, and conflict caused or exacerbated by European policies as well. Economic and environmental justice. And when it comes to that, Europe's wealth, we have to say, and some of the scholars and academics argue that it was built on the exploitation of colonized people, and its industrial growth came at the expense of environmental destruction in the global south. Now, when it comes to ENAR, the European Network Against Racism, which is a membership-based organization of 160 organizations across Europe, our mission is clear. It is that to confront structural racism and dismantle the systems of power that sustain it through holistic, intersectional, and decolonial lens. And when we refer to a decolonial lens, we're not necessarily only talking about decolonization, which is the political process, the historical process of previously colonized countries to get their political independence. But we are talking specifically about the concept of decoloniality, which is more and beyond decolonization because it refers to getting the independence that colonial powers are still subjecting and influencing the knowledge and culture of some countries and some groups. So this means addressing racism not as an isolated incident, as mentioned earlier, but as a system embedded in laws, policies, and institutions. Our decades of advocacy and our reports, such as the reports under the name Intersectional Discrimination in Europe, provide clear evidence of how racism operates across multiple dimensions: individual, institutional, structural, and also historical. In our advocacy work, ENAR refers very often to the concept of racialization, as defined by the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance of the Council of Europe. Racialization refers to the process by which racial categories are constructed in a society and applied to individuals and groups, often leading to their marginalization. And this concept is very central to understanding how systemic racism operates in Europe, as it explains how societal structures, policies, and attitudes create and maintain racial divisions and exclusions. Following the widespread public mobilization of the Black Lives Matter and anti-racism movement worldwide, demanding racial equality and justice, and the long-standing calls from anti-racist organizations, including ENAR, for the EU action to tackle racism through a comprehensive strategy, as mentioned by the EU Anti-Racism Coordinator, the 18th of September in 2020, the European Commission launched the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan. And this plan indeed represented a groundbreaking initiative for racial equality and justice, in Europe. And for the first time, the EU explicitly acknowledged the existence of structural, institutional dimensions of racism in Europe and the need to address them through wide-ranging and proactive policies. And following this adoption, EU member states were called upon to adopt national plans against racism. And indeed, a critical part of our work is to advocate for NAPARs, for National Plans Against Racism. These frameworks are not the solution. We don't see NAPAR as the end goal to fight racism, but we see them as vehicles, we see them as frameworks, as means to address racism from a systemic perspective. And we have developed an interactive online map to address and to monitor the state of play of racism in EU countries. And the key indicators that you can find in our resources on our website include 6. And I will mention them very briefly. The first one is the adoption of a national plan against racism by the government and the parliament, but also the adoption of a systemic and intersectional approach. The third one is related, the third indicator is related to the equality data collection. Is the government collecting data based on race as an indicator, and is it disaggregated and harmonized? The fourth indicator is institutional participatory mechanism. Is the government providing a space for civil society organizations to contribute to the plan? The fourth, and very important actually, the fifth indicator is the resource allocation. Because if there is a plan, but there is no budget, then how will the plan be adopted? And the sixth one is the coalition of civil society organization. These are some of the indicators that we use to monitor the action plans or the integrated measures of anti-racism in different member states. And just to come to a conclusion, the persistence of structural racism within Europe and the oppression beyond its borders are part of the same continuum of exploitation and exclusion. And addressing one without the other, addressing racism without talking about the colonial past of Europe, without talking about the inequalities that this oppressive system have created and keep perpetuating, then we are not addressing racism from the roots. And as it was mentioned previously, Tackling racism does really require bold, systemic action that is rooted in solidarity, intersectionality, and justice, and it requires bold leadership as well. And in the words of Angela Davis, in a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist. We must be anti-racist. And I hope that this quote can be the guiding principle for the adoption of a national plan against racism in Estonia. Why? Because structural problems require structural solutions. Thank you.
Suur aitäh!
Many thanks.
Rassism ei ole alati mingi.
Racism isn't something that comes with a big bang saying that here comes racism. Oftentimes it's a thought, it's a sensation, something that you cannot really put your finger on. And in order to look into the report and to add a human dimension, I would like to read out some experiences, some real-life stories from the respondents. I'm not saying that I want to accuse or point a finger, but it's more about reflecting, perhaps a few minutes to just reflect, to think about whether I, in the same situation, would have noticed it, would have done something, or would it have been strange to me. Now, the first story that I would like to share here comes from a young man from New Zealand. He says that my Estonian friend has a brother who belongs to the political party EKRE. And we were in his wedding and we were just joking around, and someone said to the brother, now would you like to, so the young man from New Zealand asked, would you like to throw me out? And he said, no, it's okay, you are okay. I have a bit of a darker skin. I didn't notice or pay attention to it first, but then I started to analyze what was his real point. What did he mean? He said, I'm okay. Is it because I'm not very dark? Or what did he mean exactly? If I had been a bit darker, wouldn't it have been okay then? Nevertheless, I think that Estonians, generally speaking, are polite, or they prefer to keep away. Even if they don't think that you belong, at least they don't say it. Another story that I would like to read out, and will read out, comes from a lady from Niger. She's in her 40s. So a case that made me buy a car took place on a bus. I was sitting in an almost empty bus. There were plenty of free seats available. An elderly lady was sitting nearby me. Then an older man came to me, and he had difficulty walking. And instead of offering a seat, the lady herself, the lady came to me and said, offer a seat for this man. And I said, well, there are plenty of seats available. But the woman insisted on me standing up and leaving. Now, the man tried to calm things down, saying that I prefer to stand. But in the end, he sat down next to me and told me to stay put. His English wasn't perfect, but he really made an effort to communicate with me. And it made me think about people, that there are two types of people. When I spoke about this story to others, then they said that, the elderly can quite often be mean. But actually, the man was also elderly, probably even older than the man. And that was my first ever experience with discrimination. And I remembered that. A British woman of Nigerian descent in her 50s says that one of the most concrete experiences of discriminations in Estonia happened in Tallinn. I remember it very clearly. I was walking on the street when a white man and a woman who were just standing there. And they saw me. And the man said, hello, black woman. I stopped and thought maybe they need help, some, I don't know, guidance. And I said, hello, how can I help you? And you don't have to say black woman. You can just say hello. His tone changed. Why can't I say a black woman? And then I just calmly explained that, you know, if I needed anything from you, I wouldn't say hello, white man. So I was very polite, but as soon as I said it, he lost it. He called me horrible names, slut, slave, etc. People started to gather around us. He kept shouting. No one had ever called me that. It was very difficult not to say anything and stay calm. But I tried, and I told him that you cannot talk to me like this. I knew many other options what to say, but I didn't. I thought it's Tallinn, it's a small place. If anyone passes by, they don't know what happened before the screaming started. After this man left, 2 or 3 young women came to me and apologized. They said that Estonians don't usually behave this way. And then I said, don't worry, I know what Estonians are like. I know that most of them don't behave like this. But I really appreciated the fact that they came and apologized.
The stories you heard are all stories from people living in Estonia, and there's a lot of them. There's even more of them. And they're not shared with you to have compassion or hatred or anything like that, but just to give you a wider idea of racism in Estonia. And I would like to thank everyone who shared their stories. I'm glad that I was able to share a couple of stories that had happened to me, because it requires courage. And now I would like to have the organizer of the conference, Equality Commissioner Kristjan Veske, who will summarize today's event. Kristjan, please. So in our quick-paced agenda, I already had the microphone removed, but I'm not going to keep you here long. All the stories we heard here today and all the information that was shared, they are very touching. They touch a part of me in my heart that I can't even name. It feels like I should do something, or how can we improve this situation? How can we change this situation? But on the other side, these are long-term processes in Estonia, and every country, every society must get through all these phases by themselves. And I hope that the report that we prepared is a step forward, so that we would know and we would be able to talk about racism in Estonia, because you also must understand that a lot of people who are living here, it's a difficult topic for them. They cannot talk about it. They don't have the right vocabulary for it. And then they choose to remain quiet. And from my side, I'd like to add that the report's recommendations, it has numerous recommendations to different ministries. And I will also ask the ministries now in a bit to see whether they've done anything with these recommendations, whether they've done anything at all. And hopefully during the next part of the coming year, we are able to give some feedback whether anything has changed in this field in Estonia. And I would really like to thank my colleagues from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, from the Equality Policy Department, who have been considering these topics in Estonia and who have been coordinated this cooperation network. I'm sure that we will have good cooperation in the future, and perhaps the next reports that we will be doing on the same topic, then the list of activities is much longer than in the current one. But thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming here, and we will see you soon.
Aitäh, Kristjan.
Thank you, Kristjan. Thank you, everyone who was online and here. All the materials and the report and the conference itself can be found from www.volinik.ee. And if you want to share your ideas in social media or ask questions, then hashtag võrdsus EST, as in Estonia abbreviated, is the reference. I also wish you a nice day. I wish that perhaps you would go and say something positive to someone today. Perhaps this will, they will then not say anything negative to anyone else. Enjoy your day.
But before you can help yourselves to the refreshments back here, Sissi has something more to share with you.
After everything said here now today, I would like to leave you with a message of hope. Something you should know about me is that I have a very deep love for humanity. I love humans. I love being human. I think it's a beautiful experience to be able to grow and learn and make mistakes and come out of them. And I think it's not easy or simple to make a change, the kind of change we're actively trying to make right now, because it demands that we have to look at ourselves and we have to look at a system that is in no way actually a bad system. It got us to where we are now, so we can be super grateful that it existed, but it no longer works. And that means that one day we are going to realize what to do to truly eradicate this problem, and it's going to be deeply uncomfortable. It's going to make us look at parts of ourselves we've never had to look at. And I hope that when that moment comes, we are brave enough to actually take the steps required of us, because trust me, they are steps that are currently not required. We are trying to fix a problem created by a system by using the same system, and that's not going to work. We'll get it under control, and then probably something will show itself, a solution that we can't see right now. My next song is called Gold. And the point of it is that if we are brave enough to stay with ourselves and not abandon ourselves, life has a habit of showing us the steps, and life has a habit of turning everything else into gold. Kas ma võiksin iseennast saada hästi natukene kõrvadesse juurde, palun? Siuke veidikene. Nii, aitäh. I know that you've been running, seeing shadows everywhere. And when you look behind yourself, the fear, it's always there. I know you're feeling lost now. These circles overwhelm your fragile human heart. Oh, please stay with yourself a little while longer. All these crazy times will get easier, and you'll feel a bit stronger. The life you want to live is right around the corner. Hold on to the vision that you
yourself a little while longer. All these crazy times will get easier, and you'll feel a bit stronger. The life you want to live is right around the corner. What's the vision that you see inside your soul? Your life will turn it into gold. It's just a little while, a little longer. Your life will turn it into gold. It's just a little while, a little longer. It's just a little while, a little longer. Oh, your life will turn it into gold.